Well, good morning, everybody. We will get a little bit, so hang in there. Well, I don't know why I started this with Celtic Irish style music, because the 2.5 machines we're going to be looking at, and I say 2.5 because I'm going to be also possibly popping over to the other workbench and showing you that FOF 130-6 again that I presented just briefly. Really didn't present it. I kind of just showed it to you the last time. That belongs to Movie Mike. And Movie Mike is scheduled to come and pick up his 2 FOF 130-6s tomorrow. He's West Coast. He's been in the Midwest. he's all over the place cleaning those huge movie screens that we watch when we go to the theater and eat that greasy popcorn that's no good for us, but you know what? It. And so I wanted to show that machine just one last time before he comes to pick it up and take it back to Illinois, because it really is a sweetheart of a machine. And you might remember from the last live stream, we had another sweetheart of a machine. I presented the CL8 rotary. And I'm going to be sharing the details of that, almost the wrestling match that happened. I was talking to Diana, who owns this Rocketeer and also owns a 21E as well that she'll be picking up next week. And she goes, I was only able to listen to the worldwide wrestling match for that CL8. What happened with that? And so I shared with her privately last night the outcome of that race to the finish to see who would end up walking away with that very rare CL8 from 1963 that belonged to Tom Olson, the attorney from Illinois. So yeah, we have all kinds of friends over the border in Minnesota, even though it's Viking country. We have all kinds of friends down in Illinois, even though it's Chicago Bears country. So that's the kind of the neat thing about being vintage enthusiasts, collectors. Stuff falls by the wayside, and we focus on the shared love and passion that we have for vintage and antique sewing machines as well. So today we're going to be focusing on the SLANTAMATIC series, at least a part of it. And we're going to be zeroing in on this machine closest to you, affectionately named Charlotte. And she belongs to, and I'm going to double check my notes here because I got so many things floating around in my head. This belongs to Claudia from the great state of California. And Claudia, you want to talk about a machine that has sentimental and emotional ties. This is the epitome of that to Claudia. Charlotte goes back through generations of sewing with her family, and she's been so patient but also anxious, saying, Charlotte back. When am I going to get Charlotte back? And I kept just telling her, I said, soon. There's more I have to do. I don't want to cut corners. So we're going to be checking out this 403A, and then shifting over here as I almost knock over the space shuttle. We're going to be focusing on this Rocketeer that belongs to Diana. And Diana is not from California like Claudia. Diana is from way up north near Lake Superior. And I don't know much about that part of the country, kind of Michigan, Wisconsin, blah, blah, blah. But needless to say, it's a good travel distance for Diana when she comes back to the workshop next week. And even amid my low-key transition from my current location, if you didn't know that, there is a subtle, quiet, hush-hush transition that is impending to move my workshop so that I have more space, and also for some personal reasons as well. I'm relocating the workshop. I've been here going on, 5 to 6 years already, if you can believe it. Long time. And you remember the earliest of the videos that I used to run, if you can imagine, compared to the even 4 hours. Some of my videos back in the day when I was back in Appleton, Wisconsin, would only run sometimes 1 to 3 minutes because I was demonstrating the machine for a very targeted sew off. And then at that time, probably almost 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I used to offer machines on eBay. And so I would post these links for these quick sew-offs with the machine that I was offering for sale. I might be showing 8 to 10 layers of denim. I might be showing a leather sew-off. I might be showing some other sort of sew-off. And so my videos were I guess what they're calling them now, they were shorts. They were really, really short, 1 to 3 minutes long. And so, again, those of you that have followed me for a long time remember that. And now the average live stream will run on the short end, short end, an hour and a half to 2 hours, sometimes 3 to 4 hours. And so you got to buckle down. You got to use the bathroom. You got to grab something to drink, maybe a snack, and get ready to stretch your legs a little bit during the class, because now we run a serious class length, covering a lot of information about the machines, the manufacturing companies, the history, the functions of the machines, the features of the machines, and then, of course, the demonstration of the machine, giving it that opportunity to flash greatness after it's gone through all the workshop magic. And so I'm excited today to show two machines really from opposite parts of the country practically. Again, Charlotte being from California, and Diana's Rocketeer being from way up north of, Michigan, Wisconsin, around Lake Superior in that neck of the woods. I think Diana said it'll take her about 3 to 3.5 hours to get here. And that might impress you. Oh my gosh, why didn't she just ship her Rocketeer? Why didn't she ship it and then I could ship it back to her? Some people, they just want to have the experience of saying they were in the workshop, especially knowing that the workshop is going to be shifting away from Oconto soon. And the whole theme of Oconto is history on the bay. History on the bay. And I've made a lot of history in Oconto since I've been here. Only about 5 years ago did I arrive. And I've had the opportunity to make a big impact. According to city officials, the mayor, city council people, and all the others said, do you have any idea the impact you've had on our little city, drawing attention from around the world to Oconto? And a couple of you have called me an ambassador from Oconto, along with the Wizard of Oconto, of course. But it really has been a wonderful experience being a part of this small city. I've become friends with so many people here. It'll be hard to step away, but there are so many new friendships to be made where my workshop takes roots next. And again, see this as a positive thing as I work through some things in my personal life that have kind of been holding me back a little bit. And also as I move forward with even a larger space so I can do more of what I love and what all of you love seeing. And that is restoring vintage and antique sewing machines to greatness. And I'm really excited to do that. Do it big or go home, as my friends in Texas and other parts of the country say. So let's start to get into this. I'm going to take a quick peek at the live chat and say some good mornings. And also, I want all of you to please, we always look out for each other as part of the Cow Country family. We carry each other's burdens. We lift each other up in thought and prayer as there are different challenges in our lives. All of us, I've never met a person yet that doesn't have challenges in their life. It's all part of being a human being, isn't it? And right now, the people down in Florida are on pins and needles again because they have a hurricane that's heading their way. And it's already rated, I believe, at a category 3, which is that's a pretty serious storm. So we have a number of Cow Country family friends down in Florida, just to name a few from the past. She was an integral part of my leadership team. Paula Noel out in West Palm Beach, Florida, right on the coast. We've got Bill O'Rourke in Kissimmee, Florida. We've got Emma and also Madeline down near Naples, Florida, and a number of other customers all over the state of Florida, and certainly other coastal states as well. So please remember those coastal people as we get into that time of the year or that period when hurricanes become prevalent again, and they can be really unpredictable and very, very unforgiving. They are just nasty, nasty storms that can take lives and destroy lives, even if they don't take lives. So remember all those folks, and you may have family and friends as well in Florida. So remember those folks, would you, in thought and prayer, keep them safe, and that they have wisdom in what to do to ride that storm out, because it's a part of life there, isn't it? It's a part of life living in those coastal regions where you just know those storms are going to be coming, but you never know when and you never know how severe. Anyway, let's keep those folks in thought and prayer. Would you? Part of our family, and we care about them, we love them, and we want them to stay safe. So, all right. So let me look at the chat and we'll get going on this. Let's see here. And it looks like we have this Tuesday, today, we've got a very small audience, don't we? And that's okay. It's never about the size of the audience, it's about the people that showed up for class. And so it's great to have all of you here that are here. And others I know are tied up, doing other things, and will probably, likely to catch this later as a video, and that's fine too. Well, good morning to Susie from Minnesota. And I had to do it. I had to be a little bit of a pickle. I had to be a pickle. And as I was getting ready to click live, I quickly, real quick, threw up a hand to Susie in the classroom this morning. I barely did it. She's so fast. She's so doggone fast. I had just clicked it and boom, she was there. So if my finger had been she would have been the first in class again today. But today I have bragging rights of being the first in class as the primary proctor, as the primary teacher, and fellow students. So that's kind of fun to finally have someone sneak in the classroom before Susie, because she is on the spot. She's ready all the time. Good morning also to Tim. Great to have Tim here as originally a new person and now a regular. Love having Tim here, and look forward to getting to know him better, and him getting to know us better as well. So that's awesome. Let's see who else. We've got Teresa, our master of double needles, and also a good friend of the family. Great to have Teresa here always. And good morning also to Emma, who is in the thick of the hurricane that's rolling towards Florida. So great to see Emma here, and Emma might have to step in and out as she's preparing and getting ready for that storm potentially to hit landfall. And I don't know when it's supposed to hit landfall. She could probably speak to that better than I could as far as tracking it. And I know Susie is tracking it as well. She sent me a link this morning with kind of a radar thing where you can see where that storm is, which I believe originated somewhere near Cuba, or Cuba, as some people pronounce it, and it's working its way towards Florida. So we'll see what happens with all of that. And I always say faith, not fear. Faith, not fear. So let's have faith that our friends in Florida will stay safe. And certainly the other states that are on the coast also could be affected by this. So let's remember South and North Carolina, Virginia, and all the other places along the line there. So let's see who else we have. Oh, good morning as well. Good morning to Kevin Orr. It looks like Kevin is popping in and out real quick and heading towards Joanne's. Uh, and Joann's is a great place to go for pretty much anything you need with sewing or crafts, aren't they? And they offer a lot of great deals as well. There's rumors, and don't necessarily spread this rumor, but I've got some good sources because of all the work that I do with Joann's out of Marinette. There's some talk that Joann's is going to be moving like a lot of merchants more and more away from their brick and mortar focus to focusing online. A lot of businesses have moved online. It's cheaper to operate that way. In some ways, it gives greater access and gives greater reach. And so I've heard that Joann's locally and otherwise is showing a lot more bare shelves, a lot more shelves that are not full with product. Now, maybe that's a supply logistics issue, but it might also be a corporate plan to bring that inventory down in their brick and mortar inventory towards an online store experience where people can get it, get that purchase done in the comfort of their own homes and then get it shipped to their homes as well. So, again, to be absolute gospel truth and fact, but I've heard it from more than one source, and I've seen with my own eyes the inventory dropping within the stores that are local here. So it makes me a little bit bummed out because a big part of the shopping experience for me, being the social butterfly that I am, is getting out there and meeting people and talking with them and having that face to face. And as we move more and more to online shopping experiences, we lose that dynamic, don't we? We lose that dynamic of that personal contact with the people that represent that product or service. And that kind of bums me out a little bit. That bums me out, and I'm hoping that I'm hoping Joann's does not continue to move that direction, but they might. Again, no mission, no margin, and as they look at their margin and their operating costs, they sometimes have to make those hard decisions. They sometimes have to make those do. But yeah, change is inevitable, isn't it? Change is inevitable, and as we support online shopping, merchants do more online shopping to support our wants and needs. So if we're diehard, uh, you know, passionately driven people that want to go out and meet people face to face, then consciously try to make fewer purchases online and go to those brick and mortar stores, whether they're small mom and pop stores or whether they're larger corporate stores that still have local people working at them. And obviously, if things continue to move online, a lot of those local people will lose their jobs. And a lot of people would say, well, what's the big deal? There's so many jobs out there. Well, there might be, but you want to do something that you're passionate about and that you enjoy, and working for a company that you enjoy working for. And if Joann's, again, not factor or gospel truth, but a possibility, if they dry up their brick and mortar, those people that love what they do there are going to have to find another place to do what they love doing. And there may not be something there. So remember, Hancock Fabrics and a number of others years ago closed up their stores. And I'm hoping Joann's does not follow in suit. Don't you? I hope they don't follow in suit. Yeah. All right. Who else do we have? So I said quickly hello to Kevin Orr, who's heading towards Joann's, it sounds like. Oh, how cool. I didn't read the rest of Kevin's comment. Kevin's going to teach a neighbor's child how to sew. Very, very cool. And he's I hadn't read Voodoo Dolls. There's got to be a story behind that. I've never sewn and probably never will sew uh, a voodoo doll. uh, I'm not really into the dark magic stuff. I'm into the white magic stuff as a wizard of Okanto. So we'll have to hear more from Kevin on what inspired sewing voodoo dolls And more importantly, who are the voodoo dolls being modeled after? Because that's the whole thing about voodoo dolls, isn't it? From the old Charlie Chan movies, and I'm dating myself saying Charlie Chan. Some of you younger people in the audience might be saying, Charlie, what? But Charlie Chan used to be like a Columbo Chinese style and a brilliant solver of crimes, etc. And sometimes voodoo stuff would pop up in those old series. You remember it. And you voodoo doll was modeled after someone, and then you cast a spell on it or what they do, and then it's supposed to bring harm to that person that the doll is modeled after. And all of us have those people in our lives that we could probably be tempted to make a voodoo doll of and then stick pins in it. But, there's a lot of effort in that when, you can just count on what comes around, goes around, or some people refer to it as karma, instead of having to make a voodoo doll. But at any rate, I'm glad that Kevin is helping out the neighbor's kid and figuring out and hopefully taking a step towards falling in love with sewing. And I don't think Kevin shared the name of the child, but if he did, I would give a shout out to the neighbor's kid and say, great job. So excited for you, and keep it going strong, right? Okay, who else do we have? Let me see if there's anybody else. I know we've got a very, very small audience so far today. Good morning also to my dear friend Candido. And Candido is from New York, Candido and Rachel. And you know what? New York sometimes can get a little bit of the effect of a storm too, can't they? Being fairly close to the ocean. So let's keep Candido in thought and prayer as well, that he and Rachel and others in the New York and greater New York area are safe also. Let's see who else we have. I think that might be it. I think that might be it. Yeah. So the leaders we have present right now, if I didn't miss it, the leaders we have present right now, I did not see Jenny. I didn't see Jenny. And Bill, unless I specifically remind him, he usually doesn't make it to the live streams. So I don't see Bill here as well. I see Susie. I see Emma, and I see Candido. So unless I missed a leader, I see three leaders that are present. And again, Emma might have to step away because of the storm that's heading towards Florida, etc. Uh, but I wanted to ask the leaders, and I do this spontaneously sometimes, and I know that people like spontaneity, others despise it. Others are planners and preparers, and they want to have a lot of foreknowledge of something before they're asked to make a decision. But my nature is to be fun, vivacious, and spontaneous in many cases, although I am a very strategic planner as well, and I do that in this business, and I've done it in other businesses as well. But i've noticed um, I've noticed the involvement, the engagement, the enthusiasm, the constant and predictable presence of a number of the individuals that are in the live stream right now. And I always like to, when I recognize greatness in a person, and greatness comes in a number of forms in a person, it's not always getting the right answers. It's demonstrating passion and presence as part of the family. That means that they're at live streams very, very frequently, if not all the time. That means that they're engaged in the discussion, they're welcoming, they have a presence about them, and even outside of the classroom, if they have the opportunity, they're driving people to look at cow country as well, maybe through different things that they're doing in the sewing space as a sewist. And that individual that's coming to mind right now for me, and I haven't even discussed this with the person yet. So look at how awkward I am. It's like making that marriage proposal to the person, the man or the woman that you love, and there's a relationship there, but there's been no discussion about getting married, and then all of a sudden at that big football game, the guy will drop to a knee and will offer the ring to this petrified woman that's saying, "Oh my gosh, what are you thinking? What are you seen it? What are you thinking?" And there have been some really recorded awkward moments without that preparedness and without that forethought of getting that person ready for what's coming. This is not nearly that dramatic, but I am going to ask the leadership team if they would, if not at this live stream, if they want to do it spontaneously, like I am, they can do that. And I also want to ask the individual that I'm about to name as well, if not at this live stream, to ponder it. And then at the next live stream, which should be this Saturday, unless I do another one in the meantime, to consider the invitation to become part of the leadership team and to join us as a moderator in the live streams. Because this individual, in my estimation, has really already demonstrated leadership in a number of ways. And I'm in full support of it. But again, the leaders don't have to make a decision right now. They can think about it and they can let me know on Saturday, or they can let me know right now. It's up to them. So again, any of the leaders that are currently present, the one that I'm talking about, the one that I'm thinking about, happens to have a dog by the name of Rutger, if I'm getting that correct. Happens to have a dog by the name of Rutger, and that is Teresa. Teresa has really demonstrated a presence and a passion in the live streams, and also even outside of the live streams, has devoted a significant amount of time to figuring those double eye needles out and sharing those pictures so I could post them on Facebook. And really a big reaction. At one point, over 200 people were giving a thumbs up about Teresa's success. Those have been a needle that have been a struggle for Schmetz. And as more people like Teresa have demonstrated leadership in saying, I'm going to figure it out, and then I'm going to show people how to do it and what to do, it bolsters the encouragement within the Schmetz family, the Schmetz Needle Company, that maybe this is a viable product. But it's been a little bit of an uphill battle for them. So I'm just going to glance at the chat. Again, no pressure to the leaders, little bit. But if you're in support of Teresa joining us as a leader, I'd like to add her on the leadership team. If you want to discuss it after the live stream privately, let's do that as well. That's fine. And again, you don't have to make a decision right now. And Teresa doesn't have to make a decision right now. And again, when it comes to being a leader, it doesn't tie you up or commit you to a certain number of whatever. When you're here, you're a leader. When you're not able to be here, then you're doing something else. And there's no big time commitment. It's just a presence and an opportunity to interact with the audience in a different way, and also to be in a different connective level with me as the Wizard of Ocanto. I have a lot more discussions with my leadership team than others. I share things with them, and there's a different level of closeness with the leadership team. So if that's something that the leaders support, great. If not, then that's fine as well. I always want their input. I'm saying to the leaders kind of on the spot, if you want to say yes now, then say yes. If you want to say, let me think about it, let's talk about it, after the live stream, then let's do that. I'm good either way. Either way. So I'm going to look at the live chat real quick and see what y'all are saying, and then we'll kind of go from there. Oh, hello to Dolores as well. Hello to Dolores. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Dolores's name before. It's great to have Dolores here. So I've gotten a thumbs up and a yes so far, I believe, from Susie and if Emma is still connected to the live stream and not dealing with the impending hurricane, Emma, if you want to either text me or type in the live chat and let me know whether or not you support Teresa coming on board. And Teresa, if you would let me know either by text or text privately or publicly in the live chat, if you're interested in joining our leadership team as well. And once I hear from Emma and Teresa, um, I'm comfortable moving forward, even though Jenny and Christine have not had a direct voice in this. Sometimes we just move forward, and not everyone is necessarily involved in that decision. But I trust, knowing Jenny and Christine pretty well, they certainly would support someone like Teresa joining our team. So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what happens. Oh, Emma already gave Teresa a thumbs up. I didn't realize that. Oops. Okay. So right now I'm waiting on Teresa then, and I'm not going to, I'm just going to say, Teresa, if you would think about the opportunity, all the leaders present, have given a thumbs up for you to step in and join as a, and it's totally up to you. I like to extend an opportunity. It's kind of like a job offer. But when you get a job offer, you can either accept it or you can say, thanks a lot, I really appreciate it. I'm going to hold back. That's kind of what Alex did from California. Alex was very grateful and honored that we thought of him as moderator material joining our leadership team, but he's got a lot of stuff going on with his family right now, and so he had to politely decline, at least for now. So whatever Teresa decides is fine with us, but I wanted to at least extend the opportunity. Okay. All right. So I'm going to shift my focus now away from the live chat and the leaders that are present. The leaders that are present, I'm going to turn it over to them and know that they're going to do a great job of taking care of the family. And now we're going to finally get our focus on these SLANTAMATICs. In the title of this live stream, a SLANTAMATIC smorgasbord. A SLANTAMATIC smorgasbord. And some of you that might not be from areas where they do buffets and that sort of thing, you might not even know what a smorgasbord is. You might have to Google it. And good luck trying to spell it. Spelling a smorgasbord is not easy at all. So, all right. As well. So, does anyone want to share? Either by typing in the live chat or by if you want to text it to me or call in. Calling in would be super cool. We haven't had that happen for a while. But if you want to share, what do you know about the SLANTAMATIC series? What do you know about the SLANTAMATIC series? What machine started that, and approximately when? And what other SLANTAMATICs apart from the 403A would you be able to name, and maybe something about that model? So any of that information that you want to put out there would be great. Any of that information about the SLANTAMATIC that you want to put out there would be great, because that's what we're going to be focusing on primarily today, is learning more about this series. Why did Singer do it? Why did they choose to go the direction of SLANTAMATICs? What's behind that name, SLANTAMATIC? Why do they call them SLANTAMATICs? And if you know any of that information, if you want to share any of that information in the live chat, or as Susie has offered, by texting me or calling me, that would be awesome, so that we as a class can learn more about this and then take that information out to our circles of influence, whether it's quilting retreats or sewing retreats or sewing classes or sewing with the neighbor's kid, like our friend from the East Coast is doing today. more. There's so many opportunities to share knowledge, and that's really what these classrooms are all about with Cow Country is sharing information, receiving information, and then sharing information again with that bigger circle that we're involved with so that they gain that knowledge as well. Knowledge is worthless unless we pass it along. Don't you agree? Knowledge is worthless unless we pass it along. And I hope I haven't scared Teresa to death. Teresa all of a sudden has gone silent. The last thing Teresa typed was "Welcome to Dolores," and now Teresa's gone. She's like, I'm hiding in the shadows now. I don't think Teresa's a shy girl at all. I didn't get that impression from our contact and our interaction. I'm getting a little hair off the camera there. So I think Teresa's fine. I don't think I scared her with the invitation. And again, it's totally up to her. Never want to push anybody into taking any role on that they're not comfortable with. So, all right, let me see what we got going on. I think I just got a text message. Hold on. Oh, interesting. Okay. I can tell you I seldom get text messages from the UK. But I just got a text message from the UK. I can tell by the number prefix and everything. And that individual, Chris, is saying they have a 404. It's a straight stitch only Slantomatic, and they love their model. They love that machine, and they love how it stitches straight stitching. So, yeah, I don't think I've gotten a text message from the UK in a while, not for quite a while. Yeah, and I'm glancing at the live chat right now, and Candido from New York just typed. He said, "Better vision of the material being sewn. Better vision of the material being sewn," and that's absolutely correct. Um, the whole reason that Singer came up with the Slantomatic series, or I should say, the primary reason, not the only reason. The primary reason that Singer came up with the Slantomatic series was trying to give the sewist better visibility of the stitching as it was being laid down at the needle. And that's why instead of the needle bar going up and down, it's angled. So the stitching occurs forward of the needle so as that needle is moving like this, you're able to see those stitches being laid down much, much earlier. Many people, depending on the design of the machine, the position of the arm, and just their position in relation to the machine, they oftentimes will not get a clear vision of the stitching until it's passing behind and past the presser foot in the rear. By then, sometimes it's too late if you're wanting to make some adjustments. So Singer, in trying to set the sewist up for more success in getting the product that they wanted and the stitch quality and the stitch output that they wanted, they went to that slant design of the needle so that it would give that sewist the opportunity to see that stitching going down as early as possible, so that if there were tension adjustments or otherwise that needed to be made, they had more of an opportunity to do that. They would have more of an opportunity to do that. Yeah, and Emma's giving more information that is very helpful. And I would encourage you, whenever someone gives information, whether it's one of the leaders or whether it's one of the folks that are in the live stream, always fact check it. Always fact check that information. And I always say, like Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. Trust but verify. So if you want to verify or help verify that Emma's statement of it being at a 10% angle is correct, then go ahead and do that. I think that'd be great. We're not afraid to be fact checked at Cow Country, because we want to step out with the right information and then share it with as many people as we can. So great information from Emma. Yeah, great information. So what is, let's see here. Okay, yeah, Candido has a 301A. Um, now, Emma, don't jump the gun. I know Emma always wants to be the smartest kid in the class, and she is in many respects. Although though there are so many smart people in the class, it's hard to tell one apart from the other. But Emma's jumping ahead a little bit and sharing more about the series, which is fine. But hold back a little bit, Emma. Hold back a little bit as we migrate through this together, and as I kind of lay the land to talk about the two models that we're going to be focused on today that are on this workbench. But Emma is correct in saying that Singer released the first Slantamatic, which was the 301, but it was actually not 1952, it was 1951. 1951 was the very initial introduction of the Slantamatic series. It wasn't full blown at that point, but that was people across America and otherwise to start to be hearing the unique term of Slantamatic. So just a year earlier than what Emma typed would have been the birth time of the Slantamatic series, and it was in fact the 301. Now, to bounce off of what Emma already shared, how long was, and this is apart from Emma, Emma cannot answer this. How long was the 301 produced, and where was it produced? How long was it produced, and where was it produced? The 301 that started the Slantamatic series in 1951. And while you're guessing that, I'm just going to do a quick little audio and video check. Series in 1951. And while you're guessing that, I'm just going to do a quick little audio and video check. Series in 1951. And while you're guessing that, I'm just going to. I love the echo effect, don't you? It's hilarious. All right. So what I'm going to do now is take a look at the live chat to see if anyone other than Emma guessed how long the 301 was produced, and also where was that 301 produced as well. That's what I'd like to know. Like to know that information. Let's see if anyone gets it. Oh, Teresa popped back up. I was teasing Teresa. I'll just talk directly to Teresa. I was teasing you, Teresa, that I thought you were a tough gal based on our interactions, but maybe I had scared you off by being spontaneous in wanting to ask the leaders that are present if they would support you joining our leadership team. And when you kind of went dark for a little bit, I thought, oh my gosh, I scared Teresa away. But I'm glad that you're honored to be joining us. And give me just a second, and I will go through the official process of adding you to the team. Give me just a moment. Just checking something really quick. I've got a lot of things that I'm managing right now, and some of these things require a fairly immediate response. My leadership team is aware of some of these things, and so that's why I sometimes do these little interludes. I wish I had like elevator music that was playing right now while you're waiting for me to quickly answer this question. And for me, I do not have the gift of brevity. Brevity means that you can write something really short and concise. Bloom. I tend to be very, very wordy. Any leader or others that have communicated with me probably think that I use more words than practically anyone. I love words. And so yeah, I never write a short response. It's usually 2, 3, 4 paragraphs long for a simple question. Oh gosh. It's a blessing and a curse, right? It's a blessing and a curse. Yeah, Teresa said I stunned her. I stunned her. Not like the police do to people that they're trying to bring under control, like zit, zit, but sort of like that. Well, you know what? It probably is a little bit of a surprise to Teresa because she and I have not had a discussion about her stepping into the role of being part of the leadership team. But I think if she looks at her own, if she looks at herself, if Teresa looks at herself and says, "Am I engaged in what the family is doing? Do I demonstrate passion? Do I demonstrate caring? Am I welcoming in the live stream, even though at that point in time I'm not part of the leadership team? Do I still step out and make people feel welcome and demonstrate that hospitality? Do I dedicate even time outside of the classroom in not only receiving the gift of needles, that those double eye needles, but also investing a fairly significant amount of time in troubleshooting how best to use them, which is not only a benefit to all of us here on YouTube, but it's also a huge benefit to people on Facebook, and also a huge benefit to the people at Schmetz Needles as well that follow us on Facebook and on YouTube. So all of those things together, to me, made Teresa an obvious choice. But if any of the and this is true, any of the leaders can testify to this. I've got good judgment about people. I do. I usually can figure people out pretty well, but I never would move forward with adding someone to the leadership team if any of the leaders had a dissenting vote for whatever reason. In other words, if Candido objected to Teresa coming on board, she wouldn't come on board. If Christine was here from Canada and she had reservations for whatever reason, maybe she saw the pictures of Rutger on Facebook and said, "Oh no, I don't like pit bulls, and because Teresa likes pit bulls, I don't want her as part of the leadership team." I might challenge that. I would challenge that because I think pit bulls are great. Uh, but I'm just making an example where I really value the leaders' opinions, and I don't just value them, I make my decisions based off of them as well. And once Teresa is officially added as a leader, she'll be part of that decision making process for potentially adding new people to the leadership team in the future. So, what I'm trying to say is leaders are very important. And when you are approved by all the leaders, that's a big deal. And so it speaks highly of Teresa. And while she's still probably stunned about it, as it soaks in more, and she reflects on herself and how she's already contributed in so many ways to the family, it'll be a lot more obvious to her. And she'll be like, "Yeah, that Scott guy, he's pretty doggone smart." And those leaders are even smarter for validating what Scott suggested because I am awesome. I'm awesome. Yeah. And Rutger is awesome too. Those of you that don't do Facebook, you miss out so much. Coolest pictures that Teresa shared of her double eye needle successes. And then on top of that, she shared pictures of her beautiful pit bull, Rutger, wearing the coolest hat that Susie made from Minnesota. So if you miss that, then that's one of the great examples of the things you miss if you don't set up a confidential account on Facebook so you can follow what the family is doing there. There's a lot of things we do and a lot of things that you miss that happen on Facebook that would give you in a greater depth and appreciation for what we're doing and the impact we're having across the impact that the Cow Country family is having across the continuum in the sewing space. Yep. We're a big deal. We really are. We're a big deal. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way. I'm saying that we're involved, we're engaged, we're making a difference. And people notice. People notice. Yes, they do. Other thing, sorry. I just got another interesting note. Uh, someone, and I shouldn't laugh at this. That's horrible. Someone was asking the 201 part of the Slantamatic series. The answer is no, it's not. The 201 is not part of the Slantamatic series, unfortunately. But it is the Rolls Royce of singers, so that's pretty cool too. That's pretty cool too. Okay. Yeah, Teresa's got to get a tiara, doesn't she? Isn't that the little crown thing that they always show in the Walt Disney movies? I can think of very few Walt Disney movies where at some point someone doesn't have a tiara. That's a big deal. Yeah. I bet you they sell them on Amazon. Yeah, they do. They sell them on Amazon for sure. Okay, let me set this silly phone down, which is really a okay. Queen of the double eye needle. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Okay, so if I'm gonna pick I'm gonna pick Tim to do this. I'm gonna pick Tim, who is not part of the leadership team yet, but because of how devoted and constant Tim is, who knows? Eventually, I might be inspired to look at Tim as a potential leadership team member as well, because he's got all the right stuff. But I'm going to ask Tim now, as part of the family, if you would be so kind as to do a 5-second countdown, separate lines for each one. So 5, enter, 4, enter, 3, enter, 2, enter, 1, and 0. And by the time you get to 0, Teresa is going to change from the regular status to part of the leadership team. Before you do that, though, let me grab my magic wand. Let me grab my magic wand because I'm going to need this. I'm going to need this to make this happen. Okay. So if Tim would be so kind as to do the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, then I will make Teresa a moderator right here now. Still there, Tim? Ha ha! Oh, Miss Congeniality. Wasn't that with Sandra Bullock? Sandra Bullock, I think. Hold on 1 second. Don't do the countdown yet, Tim. This is Scott. I'm in a live stream right now. Can I give you a call back? Oh, that was interesting. I said I'm in a live stream right now and they hung up. So, yeah, maybe some government official spying on us. Aha! All right, Tim, when you're ready, Tim, give us the countdown, would you? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And do it in separate entries so that I can make sure I swing the wand just at the right second. Almost ready. Almost ready. And I just swung the wand. So if Teresa pops up again in the live chat, you should see that she has that little blue wrench now, like Candido, like Susie, like Emma, like Christine, like Jenny, and any of the other leaders that are here only occasionally. You'll see her pop up, and her name should look different. So thank you to Tim for doing that countdown, and congratulations to Teresa in joining the leadership team. Great to have Teresa as part of the leadership team. Tim's counting down the second time. Tim's counting down twice just in case. Just in case. Bing. Yeah, Bing is right. Bing. I think that's a search engine too, isn't it? I believe it is. I think Bing is a search engine, maybe. It might be a search engine. Yes, it's like magic. Of course it is. Tim's magical counting, and then the magical wand, the magic wand, difference in the world. All the difference in the world. Okay. So a little bit more about the SLANTAMATIC series, and then we're going to be stepping into this pretty doggone quick. And again, the machine on the left that you're looking at is a 403A. The one on the right, and this is Charlotte, affectionately named Charlotte by Claudia out in California. And the machine, also known as the Rocketeer. And that's why I've got our little Challenger space shuttle out today that my dear friend sent me from Florida. And you remember my friend that in Florida is John Smith. John Smith sent this with all that other cool stuff that I showed in that recent live stream to celebrate the Rocketeer series. And not just the 500A, but the 503A as well. Both of those machines were inspired by the great space race where the United States and Russia were trying to, well, anyone that wants to share or Google real quick and post something in the live chat describing in greater detail the space race. You know, what was it about? When did it occur? Any of that stuff. Anyone that's willing to do that, I would certainly be grateful. You can punch it into the live chat, and then others can learn from your knowledge and pass it along. I covered it a lot in that other live stream, but that's been a couple weeks ago. So anyone that wants to do that, that would be super cool. And then we can find out what's the big deal about the space race and why does Scott this, see if I can get it to bob a little bit, this flying around the workshop right now. So yes, someone do a little bit of Googling or whatever, and you can even cut and paste some stuff about the space race. And Singer obviously wanted to get involved with these big world events. Singer wanted to get involved, and that's what inspired them to get involved with these, making these two different machines, the 500A and the 503A as well. Yes, I'm like a little kid. I know. Put it down, Scott. Put it down. I know all of you want to have one of these too, but John got this from working at NASA and gave it to me as a special gift, so I'm not going to share. But if anyone comes to the workshop and they go, can I make that thing spin? Can I make it do its little pivot dance? Absolutely. Absolutely. You gotta get out there and try it, you know? And I've got this vintage spool, that it's sitting on, which is kind of cool as well. See if I can show that to you. I don't know if I can read this on here or not. It says number 3. Here, I'll let you try to read it. You probably have better eyes than I do. I'll show you what this vintage spool has written on it. It's got stuff written all over it. Jiminy crickets. And I would only be guessing. I would only be guessing if I told you the age of this vintage spool. I have no idea. Uh, but I've never Googled the number 3 and the other stuff that's on it as well. So, um, but it came from something Rayon Corp back in the day. Yeah, really cool. Try putting this on one of your vintage machines. You would take quite a while to wind this spool to get thread on it. I wonder what was on this originally. I have no idea. No idea whatsoever, but it's really a cool pedestal to put the space shuttle on. Really a cool pedestal to put the space shuttle on. All right, let me move. I've got to make a little bit more room to actually use these machines. Got to make a little bit more room to use these machines. Okay, so a little bit more about the SLANTAMATIC series. And I'm going to share with you a quick rundown. So as Emma shared earlier in the live chat, the first machine in the SLANTAMATIC series was the 301, which I refer to, and now many around the world are referring to it as well, as the big sister to the featherweight. The 301 and I'll say the 301A since it came out later. The 301A is the stepsister to the featherweight. I haven't distributed that yet, but I'll start doing that. And then people around the world will start saying, hey, do you have a stepsister? And they'd be like, excuse me, we just met. Your machine, do you have a 301A? That weird guy in Wisconsin calls it the stepsister to the featherweight. He calls the 301 the big sister to the featherweight. So we'll see what happens with that. That'll be fun. But again, the 301 was only made for 1 year, from 1951 until 1952. And in that period of time, does anyone want to guess? I'll give you 3 answers and tell me if you want to guess what number is correct as far as the approximate production numbers of that model 301 that was made in Elizabethport, New Jersey. How many were made? 1 million in 1 year? 500,000? Or approximately 150,000 plus? So if anyone wants to guess the number of 301s made from 1951 to 1952 at Elizabethport, New Jersey, go ahead and type that in the live chat. You can just say 1, 2, or 3 as far as the answers. You don't have to put down the specific number unless you want to. But yeah, go ahead and put it in the live chat. I'm just curious to see if anyone remembers that number. I've given that number numerous times in live streams. Typing as far as 61 to 63, dear. Because we're talking about 301 right now. I think you're on a different, I think you're going a different direction. I think you're talking about a different machine. I bet you Emma is responding to something somebody wrote above regarding the Rocketeer. That's why she's got those numbers. But I don't want to confuse people watching this. So, let's think. I'm asking about the production group size for that 301 that was made in Elizabethport, New Jersey back in 1951 to 1952. Does anyone want to guess as far as the number of machines they made? Otherwise, I'm just going to give you the number and someone can type it in the live chat again. Okay, so the number is, I'm going to keep us moving forward. The number is if someone would be so kind as to type it in the live chat, the total number of 301 made from 1951 to 1952 in Elizabethport, New Jersey was 185,750. 185,750. That's quite a small number of machines for Singer to make over the span of a year, especially considering it was their grand introduction of this SLANTAMATIC machine. Many people refer to that first machine, the 301, as the grand introduction. So only to make about 185,000 machines in a year of production makes that machine, in my opinion, very rare. Makes that machine very, very scarce. And that's why I always say, if you've got a 301 or a 301A, whether it's the big sister to the featherweight, the 301, or whether it's the stepsister to the featherweight, the 301A, you've got bragging rights, because that machine, those machines, are more rare than the featherweight that a lot of people hold up like a beacon of light. 3.5 million featherweights during its production time, compared to 185,750 301s. And the 301A, which I'm kiddingly referring to as the stepsister to the featherweight, they only made about 500,000 of those. The specific number for the 301As, which Candido out of New York says he has one of now, they only made 514,250 of the 301As that would have been made at the same production plant as these two machines right here. These were not made in Elizabethport, New Jersey, like the 301 that started this SLANTAMATIC series. These were made in Anderson, South Carolina. And Anderson, South Carolina became the major production hub after Elizabethport, New Jersey shut down shortly after they ended production with the 301 right around 1952. Everything shifted to South Carolina. So, yeah, good, very good. Tim is jumping out there and saying, yeah, the numbers, look at the numbers. The numbers are considerably lower. So I always say, if you've got a 301 or a 301A and you go to a quilting retreat, or you go to a sewing class or something like that, or you go to a gathering with other sewists, whatever it is, and everyone else has, and you walk in with your 301 or your 301A, if I were you, I would hold your head incredibly high. I would hold your head incredibly high, because you've got a machine that's more rare in overall production than the featherweight, considerably more rare. And that's why I always say, if you can get your mitts like Candido, 301A or a 301, you got bragging rights. You got definite bragging rights. So, and there were a number of other machines made after the 301, the 301A. I'll just rattle down them real quick, but not too quick, because I'm guessing Susie, being very, very good at typing information and stuff, is probably going to try to capture this so it's part of the live stream. So I will give it, I will be prompt and to the point, but I also won't be too quick in giving these numbers and dates. So from 1956 to 1961, produced the 401A. The 401A is going to have a similar look to this machine over here, the 503, but it's going to be set up a little bit different. And it's also going to have a bigger motor than either one of these machines. 401A came with a 0.9 amp motor, compared to these coming with right around a 0.6 amp motor. So 0.3 of an amp more power with the 401A, that was produced also in Anderson, South Carolina from 1956 until 1961. And then right after that, there were two different models that rolled out from the SLANTAMATIC series as well. Two different models that rolled out after the 4, and they came on the scene in 1958. One of them was produced from 1958 until 1960, and that would have been this model right here, the 403A. The 403A Charlotte that we're looking at right now from California that belongs to Claudia was produced by Singer at the Anderson, South Carolina plant from 1958 until 1960. Starting also in 1958 was the 404. And that text message I got earlier from someone in the UK they were asking a question about, is the 201 somehow tied into this? And the answer is no, but the straight stitch version of the SLANTAMATIC, the straight stitch, which would have been just, the quilter's dream. It's the same machine I sent out to our dear friend Sunny that passed away recently. She won a 404 in one of the fundraisers that we did. I believe it was for the History Museum in South Bend, Indiana. She and Craig bid on it, and I sent it out to her in Pennsylvania. But the 404 came on the scene the same time as this 403, 1958. But the straight stitch only machine, the 404, was produced longer until right around 1963. And then a few years later, they rolled out the Rocketeer we're looking at today, and Emma already shared that information. And then they also rolled out the 503A, which I think is one of the prettiest, sexiest machines Singer ever made. Not that the Rocketeer isn't pretty and sexy too, but I really love the 503A. It's one of my favorites. The 503A is one of my favorites. And the Rocketeer and the 503A came on the scene in 1961, and they were produced until 1963. Both of those machines. And they were both tied into the Great Space Race. Both of them had that aerodynamic, streamline, cruise line, look at me, I am sexier than can be type look that those two machines had. And if you've never taken a close look at the 500A, the Rocketeer, or the 503A, you take a look at them and you're going to think that the Italians made them, because the Italians have always been bragging through their Necchi sewing machine series, look at me, I am hot type sewing machines in the world. I think people need to take a second look at the 503 and the 500A series machines that were made in Anderson, South Carolina. I think that they are as sexy as the Italian machines, if not more so sexy, to be truthful with you. I think they're just fabulous. So that's a quick rundown on the SLANTAMATIC family, the SLANTAMATIC smorgasbord. We're only going to be sampling a little bit of that today with the 403A again that was introduced right around 1958. And then we're going to be looking at this Rocketeer, which is also known as the 500A, both of these from Anderson, South Carolina. And celebrating these machines today, Claudia, and then also this machine over here that belongs to, I'm just totally blanking right now. What is her name? This is embarrassing. What is her? Oh my gosh. Give me a second. Give me a second. So much in my mind right now. So much in my mind. Diana. How did I forget that? How did I forget Princess Diana? Princess Diana from near Lake Superior, way up there, Michigan, Wisconsin, blah, blah, blah. 3.5 hours from the workshop, and she'll be driving in next week to pick up her Rocketeer and also her 21E, which when her 21E came in, it was locked up stiff, would not turn at all, would not do anything. And now it's just, I'm going to see if I can live stream that 21E somehow, some way, before she comes and picks him up next week. And I don't remember exactly what day it is next week that I'm going to call her Princess Diana. That Princess Diana is coming to pick up her machines, but it's next week. So I've got it on the calendar. I'll figure it out. Hello also to Sarah Wimmers. And if anyone else has popped in to the live stream late, if anyone's come in late, we have a brand new moderator, Teresa. And Teresa now has the authority to give you a late pass. So if you came in late, if you just popped up in the live stream recently, like Sarah Wimmers, type a quick little note if you'd be so kind to join the fun, in a sense. Type a little note in the live chat and say, I'm late to class. Would Teresa, the brand new moderator, will you give me a late pass? And I'm sure she will be very kind and will not give you a hard time about being late and will grant you a late pass very, very expeditiously. But again, congratulations to Teresa for being part of the leadership team now and now having the authority to grant late passes, which is a lot of fun. And we do it in fun. Understand that we're not singling anybody out. We're late and saying you're late, you're late. We're doing it all in the jest of fun. So if you want to join the fun and do that, that would be super cool. All right. Where's my garbage can? There it is. Okay. So now I finally have my head screwed on semi-straight. And we've got this machine right here that, again, we're referring to as Charlotte, belongs to Claudia out in California. We got this machine right here, which I'm going to refer to as Princess Diana in honor of the owner. Yeah. And yeah, let's get into this pretty quick here. What I'm going to do real quick is I think I heard a machine being delivered upstairs. I think I heard a machine being delivered. I don't want to leave it sitting out on the front steps of the workshop where a porch pirate could get it. So I'm going to put on a little bit of music, if that's okay. I'm going to put on a little bit of interlude music and kind of keep you engaged for a second while I step away. And then we're going to get into the rest of this live stream. So those of you that love Celtic and Irish music, get ready, baby. It's coming your way. I'll be right back. Okay, let's stop that Irish music. I am back. Okay, so finally, all of you that have been saying, are we going to use these machines today? The answer is yes, we will. If I can give you a shot like that, that's an interesting angle, isn't it? You can really see the lines and the beauty of these machines when you come from certain angles with them, can't you? Really a beautiful, beautiful lines on these machines. So the sew offs that I'm going to be looking to do today on these machines are going to be a little bit different, because for the 403A, I'm going to have to utilize these cams that you can see across the front of the machine in order to generate the stitches that this 500A Rocketeer will be able to do with stitches that are built in that cam stack already. This has a single cam stack that needs those fashion discs, as many people call them, need these fashion discs in order to do the decorative ornamental type stitches that we're going to be doing on this 500A without putting any fashion discs in this machine. And that's part of the innovation and the progression of the SLANTAMATIC series, isn't it? That's part of that innovation that really finds its birthplace going back to that 401A, that would have come on the scene again in 1956. 1956 was kind of the beginnings for the SLANTAMATIC series in trying to automate those decorative ornamental stitches instead of needing to go to these fashion discs. And yet at the same time, they preserved the opportunity for the sewist that if they wanted to use the fashion discs with one of these other later SLANTAMATIC series machines, they could always use them. They didn't just take it away, with the exception maybe of the 404, which was just that straight stitch only machine. But you could put fashion discs in this 500A. You can put them in a lot of series machines that I named as well. So it's not gaining one and losing the other. It's gaining and then being able to still use the discs if there's a particular sewing pattern on them that you like, that maybe that machine doesn't generate the same way. So I'm also going to show you that as well, the SLANTAMATICs for the diehard person that wants to use a machine that do zigzag and a variety of other stitching, but they want a different throat plate that's going to give them a little bit more control over the material and the stitching. The fear that a lot of straight stitchers have, apparently, and I'm more of a wizard and a technician than I am a extremely talented sewist and a seamstress. My talent is in bringing the machines back to life and giving them greatness, and then I hand them off to someone that shares the talent and passion of creating marvelous things. So if you're one of those marvelous stitchers, like I know Susie recently shared with me late at night that she had just finished a beautiful quilt, and probably for that quilt would have used a plate like this to do straight stitching, which is characteristic of most of our quilters. They want that straight stitch. That's their diehard go-to stitch. So this is a special throat plate cover that comes with being available for any of the SLANTAMATICs, that gives you that straight stitch only throat plate opening instead of a wider throat plate where that fabric can sometimes get pushed down a little bit and then cause a little bit of distortion to that stitch output. So that's the benefit of having a plate like this. I'll get a little bit closer to show you. You just want to remember you have this throat plate on and this feed dog cover plate on. If you decide to change, the output of the machine from a straight stitch only to a zigzag, because if you forget to change this and go to zigzag or one of the other ornamental stitches, you're going to be breaking needles and potentially scarring that throat plate as well. So don't do that. Be aware of your surroundings and be aware of the change. And I think I just heard a message come in from Susie. I saw it flash across the front real quick, something about a manual. Let's see what that is. Oh, nice. So Susie just posted in the live chat a manual link for the fashion discs starting on page 30, put into the chat. So yeah, that's cool, and that'll be helpful if I'm not looking at the manual, but if the fashion discs that are part of that link are these here, then that'll give you an opportunity to get involved when we start sewing with some of these fashion discs during the live stream, because we're going to be basically changing these discs out when we're using uh, this 403A that belongs to Claudia, and we won't have to do that on this machine necessarily, but that's real helpful to know. Great to have a manual so we have a visual reference as to what these are. Otherwise, I have to keep trying to hold them up to the camera and hope that you can see them. You can kind of see them, I guess. Having a little bit of trouble focusing on that, but maybe I'll grab Emma's board. There they are. Yeah, so this might work as well. I'll show you the different fashion discs we have. I've got them in a rank order here. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 fashion discs, plus I've got one in the machine right now as well. And I'll take that one out. Then we'll have 9 fashion discs, and we can start with Charlotte and do some stitching on her, and then go from Charlotte over to the Rocketeer. I'm going to take this other fashion disc out. I'll put this one right over here. And it's just like the Husqvarnas. When you're working with a Slantomatic like this and you're working with these discs, make sure you take your stitch width, which I'll show you a clearer vision of. This is our stitch width right here. Before you try to remove that fashion disc from the top, take this down to what is the equivalent of 0. This would be our position for straight stitching. Take it down to 0, because what it's going to do is it's going to pull that finger back that reads the fashion disc, so that you can remove that disc without potentially damaging that finger that reads the disc. Think of it like Braille. Fashion discs and other cams that you put in the machines are going to have the equivalent of Braille bumps. They're going to have Braille bumps, almost like a person that is sight impaired uses to read using their fingers or the pads of their fingers. They read those little bumps, those little dots, and they're able to interpret what's written in front of them. The machine acts in the same way, using that little reader finger to read the bumps on a fashion disc so that it can produce that stitch. And that's generally how cams are going to work. And so anyway, take it to 0 when you pull the disc out. And then once you get done putting the disc in, you can move this stitch width controller somewhere between 2 and 5. I usually go to 5 when it comes to using cam generated type stitching. Yeah. Okay. What else do we have? I think I'm going to get a quick little drink of soda. I think, as we're looking at these Slantomatic smorgasbord machines here. All right. Boy, that hit the spot. All right. So the different discs I have, let me see if I can somehow orientate these. I don't know if these are going to show up or not. Otherwise, look at that link. Look at that link that Susie shared and see whether or not that's going to give you some idea as to the discs. There's so many fashion discs, so it may not zero us in. I'll just go down this line and see if I'm able to show them to you this way. And then we'll put some of these into motion. We might not use every single one of these fashion discs. I think we have 9 of them altogether, but we'll probably use a number of them for sure. Okay. Just making sure I don't have any duplicates. Nope, they're all different. All right, let me see if I can move the camera down this line of fashion discs and then give an order rank to them. So if you're wanting to see fashion discs that pattern sewn, you can name it by number. So think of it in rank order like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got a total of 9 fashion discs. Now I'm going to do my best, because I don't know if this manual that Susie found will be a direct match to letting you know what we've got going on here. So just think of it at 1 through 9, and then let me know which one you want to see, and we'll put that into play. So here's number 1. See if I can go to this one first. I'm going to sit down because it's kind of hard to hold the camera and hover over these. Let me see if I can hold the camera like this. Matter of fact, I'm going to move my sew-off materials to the side if I can do that. Over by this special throat plate for straight stitching. All right, you guys move over there so I can get closer to these fashion discs. So here's pattern number 1. Pattern number 1. Pattern number 2. See if grab my little light, see if that helps too. Yeah, that helps a little bit. I got my little light here. Hold on a second. Try not to catch that cord, otherwise we're going to get disconnected. So that's pattern number 2. Pattern number 3. That's pattern number 3. Pattern number 4. Pattern number 5. Pattern number 6. Pattern number 7. Pattern number 8. And last but not least, pattern number 9. I'll do it one more time. Pattern 1. Pattern 2. Pattern 3. Pattern 4. Pattern 5. Pattern 6. Pattern 7. Pattern 8. And pattern 9. So those are all the fashion discs that Claudia sent with Charlotte. There certainly are more fashion discs than this that Singer would have made, but these are the 9 that we're going to be working with today. So if anyone has, if anyone wants to express their voice right now and say, hey, let's try this number first, then I'll go ahead and launch into Charlotte, and we'll put her to use as far as laying down the first stitching during this live stream. And I'll start on cotton. I've got some cotton already cut with a little bit of stiffener, and we'll lay the patterns down on that. So I'm going to put the camera down, focus on Charlotte. Let's get that thread back up. Actually, I'm not going to put the thread up until we decide what disc we're going to use. All right, set that right there. All right, so I'm gonna write these down so I don't mess up. Let's see here. All right, I got my little, and some of the numbers I'm seeing are 7 and 9. Kathy King is saying 7 and 9. 7, 9. And it looks like Emma's also leaning towards 9 as well. So I'm just going to put Kathy King, and Emma also is excited to see number 9. Teresa is saying 5 and 9. So I'm going to put down Teresa for 5 since we already have a couple folks who want to see 9. Teresa's 5. Oh, wait a second. Teresa has an H in her name. I got to sneak that H in there real quick. Oh, hello also, and good morning to the Outboard Motor friend of ours. Outboard Motor friend. And if you're curious, I didn't mention it yet. I didn't mention it at all. But if you're not familiar with the SLANTAMATIC machines, if you're not familiar with the SLANTAMATIC machines that you're looking at right here, the 403A and the 500A, the Rocketeer, these are aluminum machines. So I don't have the desire to pull out the really cool scale that Candido and Rachel gave me as a gift. But I can tell you that these machines are going to weigh in less than 20 pounds. They're going to weigh in less than 20 pounds. And that makes them very attractive from a portability standpoint. In specific, we talked about the series start of the Slantamatics being in 1951 with the 301, the big sister to the featherweight. Does anyone know the approximate weight of the big sister to the featherweight, the 301? It's going to be comparable to the machine that Candido has, the 301A, that was made in Anderson, South Carolina, like these two machines here. How much does the 301, 301A weigh approximately? And that's important to know because it ties into the benefits of those two machines that are in the Slantomatic series being a preferred choice for a variety of reasons over the featherweight, being a preferred choice over the featherweight. So what does the 301, 301A weigh approximately? Does anyone know? Oh yeah, I presented, gosh, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I presented a Morse machine, MORSE. Those are a great machine. Those are really a tank of a machine. Very, very strong machines when they're running at the top of their game. Really cool. So anyway, what's the weight of a 301, 301A? It's going to be pretty close to these machines as well. The only machine that within the Slantomatic series that tends to be noticeably heavier is the 401A, but focus the big sister to the featherweight that started this whole Slantomatic series in 1951, and then also the 301A, like Candido's, that came on the scene in 1952. How much do those machines weigh approximately? Emma's correct. Emma is spot on. One and the 301A are going to be weighing in right around 16 pounds. That's only 5 pounds heavier. Only 5 pounds heavier than the featherweight. Featherweight weighs in right around 11 pounds. So you got a lot of bragging rights with a 301, 301A, the two machines that started the Slantomatic series in 1951, 1952, because you've got a full-size machine versus a half-size machine like the featherweight, and you've got machines that are over 2 times more powerful, almost, right around 2 times more powerful than the featherweight. And they've got a number of other cool features as well that I'll show you on these two machines here that are going to be consistent with those early Slantomatic machines that came on the scene in the early 1950s. Okay, all of that blah, blah, blah. all of that, blah, blah, blah. So I see so far see the stitches of number 5, number 9, wait, number 5, number 7, number 9. So I'm going to start with number 5, assuming I can count, maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to grab number 5. Grab number 5 right here. And I'm going to insert it in the machine. And again, right now I've got the stitch width on 0. I got the stitch width on 0. So I'm going to go to the top of the machine. And I'm going to load up with this little mounting point right here. And I'm just going to slide it into position. I'm going to do it with my left hand. I think it'll be easier. There we go. So I've mounted that in now. This is, again, stitch pattern number 5 in our rank order. And now we're going to try stitching this one. I'm going to close the little hood, put our spool of thread back up there. And speaking of thread, we're going to be sewing with my go-to thread that I get from Joann's. It's our dual duty XP all-purpose thread. And again, on the weekends, I buy 3 of these, and Joann's gives me 2 free. So I pay for 3. I walk out of the store with 5. And if you're not a lover of Coats and Clark for whatever reason, you could do the same thing with Gutermann as well. And I believe they do it with a couple of the other thread types as well. So take advantage of sales. There's nothing wrong with saving money and getting great thread at the same time. So let's see here. So we got number 5 in. Let's go ahead and stitch down this, and then we'll look at a couple of other things on the table that I've got set up as well. Let's see. I think I've got that pretty much ready. And our needle today is the same in both of these Slantamatics. Our needle today is going to be a Schmetz Universal 9014 needle. Pretty much my go-to needle. I'm waiting to see if the camera's going to focus on it. Ha! Yes! And universal needles, again, are going to give you the ability to sew a wide field of materials without changing needles. They've got a slightly rounded point, which is good for woven materials. It's good for leather. It's good for fake leather. It's good for just a variety of different materials. And that's why out of any of the needles that Schmetz makes, their best seller is the universal needle, because by nature, we human beings are lazy. I'm just being honest. We're also pragmatic as well. Maybe pragmatic is a better word than lazy. And we don't want to have to keep changing needles out. And that's why Schmetz developed this universal needle, so that it's able to carry you over through a wide field of sew-offs. Okay, so a real quick walk around the machine, and I should have done this before I put material underneath the presser foot. Silly Scott. All right, a quick walk around the machine, and then, and I'm only going to do the walk around. Well, no, I'll do the walk around on both machines. So first of all, the unique thing about the Slantamatic machines, and this again is Charlotte, owned by Claudia out in California. The unique thing about these machines is, with most sewing machines, if you want to do darning, if you want to do free motion quilting, if you want to do freehand embroidery, you've got to drop the feed dogs. We talk about that all the time. Or if your machine doesn't have that capability, you've got to get a darning plate and put it over the feed dogs, so that you can do free motion quilting and other things like that. With the Slantamatics, it's a different process. Instead of dropping the feed dogs, you're going to raise this throat plate. This throat plate is going to be here. And when you raise it, it's going to pop up like this, so that the feed dogs are below the threshold of the feed factor. And then you can also unlock it for quick cleaning as well. But it's going to look something like this. Let me shut that light off just temporarily. It's going to look something like this. Watch this throat plate. I'm going to pop it up. And then right there, at that point, the feed dogs are going to be below The feed dogs are going to be below that throat plate surface, and it's going to give you the ability to do darning, free motion quilting, freehand embroidery, blah, 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 any of that stuff. And then if you want to clean it, you push it up a little bit further, and then this plate removes very easily so you can get that lint cleaned out of there and keep that area tidied up. When you're done, you just flip this lever back and it locks that plate back down again. So it's just a matter of you've got this middle point right here where it says up that allows you to do that free motion quilting. And then if you move it all the way to unlock, you can take that whole plate off and clean underneath there. It also has a real convenient drop-in bobbin into the raceway area here. This is called a horizontal hook system instead of a vertical one like you'll see on a lot of the FOF machines. Anyone know what class bobbin that is that I'm showing you right now? What class bobbin is that? And this is the same class bobbin that's used in a lot of the Singer machines and all of the SLANTAMATIC machines. What class bobbin is that in the machine right now? Look at the live chat real quick. Yeah, Sarah's spot on. Sarah is spot on. It's a class 66. Class 66 was a very, very popular class bobbin with Singer. They used it on a wide scope of machines. And it really made it nice if you had multiple machines. You didn't have to have multiple bobbins or bobbin class types. You could go with one class type and it pretty much covered all your machines. So that was super cool. And then over here, we'll just look at a couple of little features. A couple other little features on the machine is the bobbin. It kind of folds into the machine here when you're not using it. And then you just rotate it up to the rim of the balance wheel and disengage the clutch, and you're able to wind a bobbin. The setup for winding a bobbin is real simple. You put your spool of thread right here. You come through this tensioner from right to left, and you go straight up to your bobbin, and you're good to go. You're able to wind a bobbin very nicely that way. This is the only other thing that you should know about that some people don't understand how it works. This is your adjuster to determine how full that bobbin is going to be. If you want the bobbin to be less full, then you adjust this screw and you push this up, and then you tighten your screw back down again. If you want the bobbin to be more full, trying to get a little bit closer, you want the bobbin to be more full, then you loosen this screw and you push this up. I think I may have just said it the opposite. Let me start over. If you want the bobbin to be more full, you loosen the screw and you push this up to the higher position. If you want the bobbin to be less full, you loosen the screw and you lower this down so that the bobbin is filled less. I think I need to drink more Diet Coke. But the point is, this is a great tool to understand depending on how full you want that bobbin. Maybe you're doing a very limited project with a specialty thread and you don't anticipate using that thread again anytime soon, and you're wanting to use it on multiple machines, so you don't need to fill that bobbin all the way. Then loosen this screw and lower this down, and it's not going to fill that bobbin very full. You're only going to get enough to do that limited sewing you're going to do. But if it's your go-to thread, kind of like my Coates and Clark, then you're going to loosen this and push this up to the highest position so that this goes up, tighten that screw down, and then you're going to get a nice full bobbin. You don't want to go too high because then it might feel too full. So kind of monitor it, find out how that works on your machine, and then adjust it accordingly. But a lot of people don't even know that that's adjustable. It is. And that determines the outcome on the fullness of the bobbin. Okay. Same thing. This is adjustable as well. So that if you're starting to wind that bobbin and you notice that the thread is concentrating more heavily, I think I said heavenly. If it's more heavy on the left, then loosen this screw and move this to the right, because that's going to then move that distribution of the thread across that bobbin more evenly as you're winding that bobbin. The same thing is true if you're winding that bobbin and you're getting a higher concentration of thread on the right, it's getting heavier, more dense on that side, then loosen this and move this to the left. So heavy, go the opposite direction. Heavy, go the opposite direction. And you'll get a nice evenly wound bobbin. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I think it does, maybe a little. Ha! This is going to be your stitch length. When you're all the way down at the bottom, like I am right now, when you're all the way down at the bottom. Oh, let me do one other thing real quick. I apologize. Let me do one other thing real quick. Because when you're winding a bobbin, you're going up, you're going down, you're going up, you're going down, you're going up, you're going down, you're going up. I feel like I want to do the Duke of Earl song right now. I learned this when I was doing team building in a corporate setting about 1.5 million years ago. And the song goes something like this. I am the Duke of Earl. I have 10,000 men. I walk them up the hill. I walk them down again. And when they're up, they're up. And when they're down, they're down. And when they're only halfway up, they're neither up nor down. Ha ha! Now you know a new team building song. Yeah, and obviously in a team building setting to humiliate everyone, when we were learning that Duke of Earl song, you had to follow the cues of the leader in front. One of you moderators would have been calling out the song, and when you say, when I'm up, everyone had to stand up. When they're down, they had to sit down. When they're only halfway up, they had to bend their knees kind of in a squatting position. You get the idea. So it was an incredibly humbling, humiliating, but also a great team building song. And now you can apply it to bobbin winding. How fun is that? Yeah. Ha ha. So now we go over to this control. This is our stitch length. When we're all the way down at the bottom, we're going to be sewing right around 6 stitches per inch. As we move it up into the fine range, we're going to be getting into close to right around 30 stitches per inch. And when we're doing a lot of the decorative stitches on both of these machines, we're going to be real close to the fine range. And then if you move it all the way to the top, you're going to be sewing in reverse on this machine. Okay, so we'll start somewhere down. We'll probably start right around here, just below the fine range. I'll leave that alone. The other thing I wanted to cover relating to the Duke of Earl, and this going up and down, up and down, up and down, inevitably this little screw on the side that holds it in place and allows it to pivot is going to loosen. And if you don't want to have to take the entire balance wheel off to retighten this screw again, there are alternatives. There's something called an offset screwdriver. If you've never seen one of these, they come with regular and they come with Phillips. And these are a really nice tool to kind of tighten something when you're around the corner, in a sense. But the only problem with this one is the space is so tight between the balance wheel and this bobbin winding tire assembly that you can't fit this in there. It's too tight. It won't fit in there. But there is something else that you have available to you out there. It's called a low profile screwdriver as well. It comes in a set like this, and it's got a variety of different bits that you can use to tighten different things. Most of them are going to be Phillips, but then you also have a regular screwdriver bit as well, a regular screwdriver head. The only thing I don't like about this this set that I got from Cal Hawk is the one that offers this particular set, is this tends to be a little bit too wide. It's too thick on the end. So when you go to try to use this in a low threshold situation to tighten something, this end is a little bit too fat sometimes. And I'm going to be looking for another low threshold screwdriver set that gives me a regular screwdriver and then also these Phillips type heads that's a little bit thinner. It's a little bit more petite. But this one does work in this application, and it does fit. As you can probably see, it does fit in that very, very tight space to tighten this back down so you don't have to take the balance wheel off. So if you don't have a set of these low threshold type screwdriver thingies, look at picking one up, because it really could save a little bit of time where you don't have to take off the stop action. You don't have to take off the balance wheel and all that sort of thing. You can just slip right in there and tighten this back down very nicely. So definitely look at that as something to add to your toolbox. And I know some of you are also looking at wanting to add dental tools as well when you see me doing some of the detailed cleaning, including this little mirror. But we're going to be using this mirror for a different reason today, and I'll show you shortly what that is. But right now, I'll get these out of the way and throw these to the side. My little extra specialty screwdriver set thingies. The reason I also love these mirrors, and I'll get to this shortly when we get over to this side of the machine, I'll show you. So on this 403A, this is going to be our stitch width selector right here for most purposes. When we're sewing a straight stitch, we're going to be all the way to the left, like you can see it right now, just below this S. When we're looking to also change out cams or these fashion discs, we're also going to be moving. Oh, I just realized something. Wait a second. 2, 3, 4. I should leave that empty space because I took out cam. Let me leave that empty space. I was naughty and got everything lined up again, but I need to leave that empty space for cam 5 that we just put in the machine that Teresa had picked. Otherwise, you're going to be calling out numbers and I'm going to be putting the wrong fashion discs in. All right. Sometimes being too organized is not a good thing. All right. So stitch width again. For straight stitching, have it here. When you're changing out fashion discs, have it here. And then after you change it out, move this somewhere between 2 and 5. So you'll get that fashion disc output. And I generally always say stay center needle position, but you've got an option to move it to a left needle position, a right needle position. All you do is push this in and you lower it down. Now we're a right needle position, and now we're a center needle position, and now we're a left needle position. The only thing to realize, and I'm doing this very intentionally, the only thing to realize is you're not going to get a true needle position change if your stitch width is anywhere other than 0. In other words, when I was just goofing around and moving this around, the needle really didn't do what it was supposed to do, because this is over doing a zigzag needle swing position right now, and this is going to override any preference you have here. So to get a true needle position, you got to move this back over to 0 where the S is, and then when you do a needle position change, it's genuinely going to change. There's our center, there's our right. It's hard to do this with one hand sometimes. And there's our left, all the way at the top, almost at the top. There it is. Okay, I almost got it. I'm there. Let me do it with my left hand. All right, there I did it. So again, this is a push button. Just make sure you push it in and then change the needle position. And again, if you want a true needle position, you've got to have your stitch width set on 0. Okay, so I'm going to go back to a center position again. There we go. I think I'm in center. Yeah, I am. I think I am. Yeah. And then I'm going to move this back so we're ready to do this fashion disc stitch. I'm going to move that over to 5. And then I've got to look at this as well. I've got to look at this as far as our stitch length and say, okay, the fashion pattern I'm doing is number 5 for Teresa. Is this a proper setting for stitch length for that fashion disc pattern? And I'm going to look at the pattern real quick and determine that. Let's see, what do we have? Oh yeah, I think that'll be good. You can't see that in the shadows, I know, but I was trying to remind myself what pattern Teresa had picked. So let me get my spool back up there. I can also show you the quick threading on this machine. And this is why these live streams take so long, which is okay. because I cover all this stuff and all the history and the model production windows and all that sort of thing. Other channels don't take time to do that. And I recently had someone in the workshop that said, I love your channel because you deal with the details. And when you're going to show something, you really show it. You don't just glaze over it. So that's why our live streams run longer, and that's okay. That's perfectly okay. So quickly on the threading, why don't we do the threading real quick? I'll turn my little light back on. And this is obviously an LED light in here. Periodically, you'll want to clean the lens that's underneath there. You can see the lens. Those lenses get really dirty. And then even if you've got an LED light, it tends to impede that light getting down to the bed and the needle. So take out this screw, hold this very carefully so that when you take these screws out, this doesn't all of a sudden drop and you break that lens. That lens on these is glass. It's not plastic. So if you're not holding this carefully, as you remove it, it pulls straight out. Once these two bolts are out, it pulls straight out, and then you can easily clean that lens and then also change out and upgrade the light bulb like I did on Charlotte. Like I did on Charlotte, so that it's got that bright light emitting showing through. And there are different options for LED as well. There's bright white and there's warm light, and then there's a couple of other versions in between. So depending on your preference, choose your LED bulb carefully because there's different options available. You can get super bright, you can get warm light, and there's a whole wide scope of different light flavors available in the LED replacement series. So just choose the one that works for you. Some people like super bright, other people like a warm light. So it's a personal choice, isn't it? It's totally personal. Okay, so coming off the top, I'll shut this light off again so the camera doesn't get goofed up. Come off the top, there's a spool pin here. You can put another spool pin over here if you like for dual needle sewing, twin needle sewing. So 2 spool options. And then your spool down here goes for bobbin winding. But coming off the top, you're going to come through this first thread guide. The thread kind of snaps into place from the back to the front. You then come down here, and without me saying it, because I know I dwell on this a lot, but make sure your presser foot lever is in the up position whenever you thread any machine. So there's no pressure on those discs, because once we come off the top through this thread guide, then we're going to be coming through these tension discs, and you want them to be loosey-goosey so you can draw that thread in nice and deep. And then that thread naturally will fall behind this thread guide right here. And when it comes around the bottom through the tension discs, you've got to then draw it past this check or take-up spring so that thread seats right in that little space right there, that little notch where I'm pointing. Hopefully you can see that. It falls into that little notch right there. And that only happens when you draw this check spring up. It allows that thread to seat in there. Then you're going to take that thread from there and put it behind the same thread guide right there. So both threads, in a sense, are behind this one thread guide right there. And then you go up to this take-up arm. You thread it from right to left. You then drop down to this thread guide, and you have to kind of snap that thread in place. Here's where it gets a little bit tricky. I'm going to grab my little light, which I still have on. I forgot it was on. I'm going to grab my little light here. These are available at Harbor Freight. They're really kind of cool. And they run on, I think it's AA batteries. And they're really nice to have to show things a little bit more clearly when I'm doing these live streams. So after we go through this thread guide right here, adjacent to the upper tension, and there's a gnat in the workshop. I'm going to see if I can catch him. So you draw that thread behind this thread guide right here. That gnat likes the light is what it is. There's a thread guide right here. You can see it right there. I think you can see it. There's a thread guide right there. And then there's another thread guide right here that you have to draw the thread through this little slat. See that little slat right there? Just right adjacent to the needle. So you have a thread guide 1, 2, and thread guide 3 right there. You don't want to miss any of those thread guides on these Slantamatics, or you're going to have some sewing issues with how the machine performs. So make sure you catch these last three, 1, 2, and 3 right there. Hopefully you can see that. Get the camera. So there's actually 3 thread guides right there adjacent to the needle. Don't miss any of them. Again, 1, 2, and then this little slat that a lot of people miss. You have to draw the thread through this slat and then thread this needle from front to back. Okay? Make sure you get all those thread guides. It's really, really important. Let's see. Oh, I'll show you something else real quick. Underneath the bottom of this upper tension, there's a screw release right here that allows this resting place for the check spring to pivot down or up. If you push this up to that position higher after you loosen the screw, it's going to give you a lessened range of motion for this take-up spring, this check spring that moves up and down in the sewing process. If you never looked over there, this check spring, this take-up spring is moving up and down in the sewing process. If you're dealing with a more delicate thread, you don't want this check or this take-up spring to move with as much motion because that thread is fragile. So that's where you would loosen this screw right down here, and you would push this up higher so that this take-up spring is not moving with as much motion. If you're wanting more motion so you can have a better defined lock stitch, then you're going to loosen this screw and you're going to draw this down so that that check spring has a wider or a fuller range of motion in the sewing process. So less range of motion, you loosen the screw, you push this up, so this spring is moving less. If you want more range of motion, so you can ensure that you get a nicely defined lock stitch, then you're going to loosen the screw and lower this down so that that spring goes lower down, further down, and then it's going to have to move further up and down in the sewing process. So hopefully that helps explain why is that little screw there. Now you know. Okay? All right. Shut off my little light before I kill all my batteries. I'll keep it handy though, just in case. And you can tell straight away this has a magnet on the bottom, this little light. It's not going to work on these Slantamatics for the most part because these are aluminum. And aluminum does not have a ferrous magnetic response. So my Harbor Light magnet is worthless unless I decide to use it over on the slide plate over here. Then it'll stick there because this is metal. You can't see that because the camera's at the wrong angle. It'll stick here, but it probably won't stick nearly any other place on the machine. Maybe on the balance. Nope, not even there. Maybe on the end of the balance wheel. Yeah, it works over there. But yeah, aluminum is great for weight standpoint, but it's not going to be as great when you're talking about, trying to use a magnet light like this. Anyway, okay, let's finally sew something. How long have we been running? We've been running over 2 hours and I haven't even sewn anything yet. Isn't that hilarious? But look at all the stuff we covered, all the information I gave you, all the knowledge I shared. So now you, as a fellow teacher, can take that information and share it with others. Yeah, that's what learning's about, right? I'm going to move this out of the way. It's distracting. Yeah, or should I move it? I'll move it over there. Okay, so finally, let's do Teresa's stitch number 5. Let's see here. Deciding, yeah, I'll do shorter lines because we got quite a few discs stitches that we can do, but can also sew a longer stitch. I'm just looking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's going to get us right about to the finish line. If we do all 9 stitches, we probably won't. We got plenty of thread in the bobbin, and I can always wind another bobbin. Okay, we'll do a longer row. We'll do a longer column as it is. We'll do a longer column. And I didn't show it because you guys are so doggone smart. But you may have been looking at this 403A and saying, Okay, you're always talking about presser foot pressure, and you're talking about other stuff like that. You're talking about threading, and you're talking about orientating the bobbin and all that sort of thing. You didn't show us the bobbin, Scott. What are you slipping? You're right, I am slipping. So as you drop this class 66 bobbin, do you think the thread should be over the top or coming underneath the bottom when you drop the bobbin into the raceway right here? What do you think? Thread over the top, thread over the bottom. Machines always thread and orientate differently when you're putting them into that raceway or putting them into the case. What do you think on this one? Over the top or over the bottom? I'm going to get a quick drink of soda while you're seeing if you can answer that question. And Susie from Minnesota is saying, put it under the bottom, Scott. Anyone else? Anyone else want to venture a guess? Anyone else courageous? Fearless, like Candido always says from New York? Is there any fearless people in the audience right now that are willing to venture a guess? Do you agree with Susie? Do you disagree? Come on, somebody do something. Come on. Be courageous. Be courageous. Emma's Wi-Fi is coming in and out because of the storm, probably. Or there's a squirrel up on her pole that's chewing through the wire. Those doggone squirrels, they do so much damage. But I think it's probably the effects of the hurricane that's coming in, maybe. So the answer is over the top. So Susie had a 50-50 chance. Unfortunately, it's the opposite of what Susie said. When you drop this bobbin in, you want that thread over the top. And so when this bobbin is in the sewing process, I'll pull the thread just lightly. If I get a hold of the thread, I'll pull it lightly. It's going to be turning, see that in the shot, it's going to be turning counterclockwise. So if you don't remember over the top, over the bottom, remember on the SLANTAMATIC machines, when you drop that bobbin into the raceway, into that horizontal hook system, you want that thread over the top so that it's going to be turning counterclockwise. Okay? Counterclockwise. And I admire people like Susie that toss a guess out because you got a 50-50 chance, but now you've got the fact, you've got the information, and you know what to do to set this machine up for success, okay? I'm going to shut that again. What else? So right in here, as a quick reference, remember the SLANTAMATIC machines, if not all of them have it, it's a quick little diagram. It shows you the threading, and it also shows you the orientation of the bobbin, which is a little bit hard to tell on this diagram, truthfully. This is okay up here for the general threading, but as far as the orientating of the bobbin, I think it's a little bit confusing, but maybe others can look at that and go, I get it. Yeah, over the top, counterclockwise. Yeah, a lot of cleaning, oiling points inside of here as well, inside of the faceplate. And unlike the model 503A and the 500A Rocketeer that we're going to be looking at shortly, instead of having a quick adjusting little knob inside of here for presser foot pressure, on this 403A, again, that came out in right around 1958, you got to go up to the top to adjust presser foot pressure right here. But a number of the SLANTAMATIC moved that into the faceplate area so that you're able to open up the faceplate and make a quick little adjustment for presser foot pressure. And again, the simple rule for presser foot pressure is the thicker the material, the more layers you're working with, the more dense the material is, like certain leathers, you want to bump that presser foot pressure up so that you have more pressure of that slant presser foot pushing down against the material so that those feed dogs can grip it and move that material more evenly. Okay? And I know I just got a text message. Let me see who it is. Oh, this was a text message unrelated to the live stream. If you remember that live stream I did recently on that 136, Movie Mike is picking up his two 130-6s tomorrow, and we're trying to decide on a final pickup time. So let me just send him a quick text saying in a live stream right now. Hey, Mike, in a live stream right now for two SLANTAMATICs, and we'll respond in detail shortly. I shouldn't say shortly. We know that that's not true. When the live stream is complete. Say shortly. Shortly in my world is so different, isn't it? It's different. Oh my gosh, that's funny. All right, so that's Movie Mike checking on the pickup of his tomorrow. And again, one of those 130-6s is available for sale. These are workhorse machines, fully restored, sewing at the top of their game. And also on both of the machines, I swapped out that cogged belt for a V-style belt. I was talking to Susie about that offline. I think I was talking with Emma as well. What a difference belts make. And since I just got that text from Movie Mike, and so you don't think I know you guys know that I'm honest and everything, but so you don't think I'm making it up. Oh, here we go. This is the text I just got from Movie Mike. And the response I just sent. So regarding Movie Mike's machine, if you'll allow me to, as I oftentimes do, digress or pivot, if you will, I'm going to take us over to his machine right now. It's the machine that he's wanting to sell. And I'm not doing a big, heavy, hardcore sales thing, but I do want to remind you about an opportunity, because if no one expresses an interest in this workhorse machine, then Movie Mike is going to take both machines back to Illinois. And then it makes it a little bit more complicated because he doesn't have access to the packing materials if it's an out-of-state purchase. And it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get that machine to you than if someone expresses an interest today while the machine is still here, and then I can hold on to that machine and pack it from the workshop using my packing process. But real quick, I'll just show you. Let me do it real quick, and then we'll be right back to the SLANTAMATICs. Let me see here. So this Mike's machine over here. Let me move some other stuff out of the way. Got a space shuttle as well. So this is the machine that Movie Mike, I got to move one other thing. This is the machine that Movie Mike is offering for sale. And he's really flexible on price, which really makes this an attractive machine, even something that I considered possibly purchasing myself. But this is the type of belt, when I did that recent live stream for him, it's something similar to this. This is the type of belt that I had on the machine that he's keeping. And I really felt like I put that machine at a disadvantage because the FOF motors spin up to about 7,000 RPMs. They spin up to about 7,000 RPMs. When I was trying to use this cogged belt, which is great if the pulley on the motor is also cogged. Let me move the microphone over because you might be having trouble hearing me. Move the microphone a little bit closer as well. Okay, hopefully that. So on these FOF machines, the pulley is not cogged, but a lot of people will run these cog belts on them. Generally, they work pretty good, but because the FOF motors spin up to such a high RPM, there's an opportunity for those belts to slip as that pulley on the motor spins up to, those high RPMs. So the better belt to have on these machines is a V-style belt that's going to have more contact surface, the balance wheel track, and also with the output pulley on the motor. This type of belt is going to work much, much better, and you're going to get a much better result when you're working with this type of a machine that has that high output motor. And the ultimate success, actually, it wasn't this belt, it was this belt, but they're basically the same. Yeah, this is the belt that was on both of Movie Mike's machines. And it's not the old belt, it's what came with the machine. And these are great for other machines, but not for FOF machines. So I should have thought about that before I live streamed it, but I didn't. Now both belts have been upgraded to a V-style belt. And the result is dramatic, just in the way the response of the machine is. If I slide this saddle grade leather into place, when we were doing the live stream on Movie Mike's machine before, you would hear that motor overspinning. It was going zzz, like that, and it was awful. And it wasn't the machine's fault; it was the fault of the belt that was on the machine. This belt versus the V-style belt. So listen to Movie Mike's 130-6. Again, this one is available for sale if anyone's looking for a workhorse machine. Really can sew practically anything. Listen to this machine respond with a proper belt. Get that take-up arm all the way up. And we'll lay down a zigzag on this material as well. All right, here we go. Single layer saddle grade leather. What did I do? Oh, I didn't have that in the right position. Okay. Oh, I'm going reverse. That's the problem. What am I thinking? You can tell I'm not ready for this. I had this in reverse because I was doing a repair on something. All right, let me try that again. That's so funny. All right, now we're going to do something crazy like sew forward. Let's try that for a change. I was doing a quick mending on something and I forgot to take this on a reverse. All right, let's start. This is take two. Take two for Scott trying to demonstrate Movie Mike's 130-6 and not doing a stellar job of it. Okay, now we're going to do something crazy like sew forward. Okay, laying down a zigzag. Take up arm all the way up. Yes. Now listen to this machine operate. And the whole thing is the belt is the proper fit and adjustment for this machine because of the high RPMs. All right, take two. Can you believe that? We just went through saddle grade leather like a hiccup. No overspinning of the motor, no difficulty whatsoever. You can get this. I oversewed a little bit, so now my thread is kind of. All right, let me see if I can get this out here. All right, I'm going to cut the thread. I will cut the thread and see if I can do one more. I wanted to do one other sew off. Anyway, we just went through this saddle grade leather. Beautiful zigzag. This is our top stitch. Beautiful zigzag. This is our lock stitch. Might tighten this up a little bit more if I were doing a lot of these, but we just buzzed through it like a hiccup. All right, now since I over-sewed a little bit, sometimes when you over-sew, you've got to pull that bobbin case out to get that thread to come clear. All right, let me try this again now. It's okay to run into challenges because then you can see what I'm doing and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let me get that bobbin case back in the machine. We'll do one other quick sew off. I just wanted to show this to you because of the timing of Movie Mike coming tomorrow. I wanted to show this 130-6, and I know it's a very targeted machine where not everybody needs a workhorse like this. Not everybody needs a workhorse like a 130-6, but it's a wonderful, wonderful machine to add to your collection of machines if you're ever looking to do any super heavy duty sewing. Okay, let's try this again. This time I'll actually sew forward. Okay, so we did the one layer of saddle grade already. Now we're going to go up to 2 layers. And again, the thing I'm trying to demonstrate is with the proper belt on this machine now, it does the job so easily. So now we're going up to 2 layers of saddle grade leather that looks something like that. And again, during the live stream I did recently of Movie Mike's machines, because we were having traction issues with the wrong belt on the machine, or I shouldn't say the wrong belt because it's a workable belt, but because of the motor spin up of that FOF motor hitting almost 7,000 RPM, the better choice for the FOF machines is a V-style over a cogged belt like this. It's the better choice. And apart from a very crazy schedule right now, I should have thought about that before I presented it, but it's a customer's belt and it was otherwise serviceable. So I just went with it, but the machine didn't do nearly as well as it would have if I had had the right belt on there. Okay, enough blah, blah, blah. Let's buzz down again now. And we're going to lay down another zigzag on 2 layers of saddle grade. I'm going to do it without a hand start and just launch into it. Listen to the machine run, listen to the motor, and listen that there's no overspin, which is awesome. All right, here we go again. Take number 2, 2 layers of saddle grade on Movie Mike's 130-6, which is for sale. All right, here we go. Can you believe the difference? I can't believe the difference. Well, I can believe the difference because I know. But the point is, it just makes a world of difference having the proper setup for the machine. So if you own a FOF already, a FOF similar to this 130-6, and you're running, a lot of people will grab these belts and they'll throw them on the FOF machines. And then that motor spins up to the peak RPMs. And they have a lot, like I did on the last live stream, they have feed issues, they have overspin issues and everything else. Get rid of these belts and go to a V-style belt, and you'll have the machine performing like it is today on this quick little short presentation of Mike's machine compared to some of the struggles I had when I was presenting the machine during the recent live stream. And these are the 2 layers. There's a beautiful zigzag, 2 layers of saddle grade leather, and the lock stitch is no different. Absolutely spectacular. So if you're looking for a workhorse machine, here it is. It's going to be heading back to Illinois tomorrow, and it will be a backup machine for Movie Mike instead of being a machine that you can claim as your own. And that's about 8 ounces of leather that we just went through. I could do the same thing with elk hide or anything else. And so consider this as an option. This is a great machine. Again, Mike's not looking for top dollar on the machine. He just wants to give it to a good home. And if possible, like CL8 that recently sold, he wants it to go to someone within the cow country family. So for sale, available, a monster, but can also do light sewing as well if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I was going to do denim as well. That's, let's see, 2 layers, 4 layers, 6 layers, 6 layers of denim. That's really tight. A little bit of clearance issue, but get that into position. See if we can buzz down that as well real quick. Beautiful stitching. So again, if you're looking for super heavy duty capabilities, no difficulty at all. We just went through 6 layers of denim. It kind of looks like that from the side with this 130-6 that Movie Mike is offering. Hard to see the zigzag. I went right down the seam there, but it's a beautiful zigzag lock stitch as well. Okay, that's my shameless plug for Movie Mike. If anyone is interested in finding out, well, what is Mike looking for this machine? How can I get my mitts on it? I know Susie posts my text number all the time. You're welcome to text me. You're welcome to email me or reach out. Just do it before tomorrow. If you have a serious interest in the machine, we'll work out a price, work out the shipping cost, and then Movie Mike will leave it here with me instead of taking it back to Illinois as his backup machine. Okay? Great machine. Western Germany engineering. Very, very hard to beat. All right, let me set all that there. All right. So Movie Mike, if you're watching, I did my job of letting folks know about the opportunity. Okay, let me set that there. Set the microphone back over here now. You see how much stuff I have to cover in a live stream? It's just like crazy. Staying in contact with all this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Oh, let me unplug that. Let me unplug that faucet before I forget. Never leave a sewing machine plugged in if you're not using it. Just go ahead and unplug it, because there's energy flowing into that foot controller, and even if the foot controller has been serviced, you've got to be mindful. You don't want a live circuit, an open circuit staying on that foot controller if you're not using the machine. So, okay. Back to the SLANTAMATIC smorgasbord, but I wanted to do justice to that 130-6. I felt like I kind of did a little bit of an injustice to it in the last live stream, and I wanted to show you that a simple belt change out can allow that machine to reach a different level of greatness than you witnessed necessarily in that recent live stream. Okay. Oh yeah, just got a response from Movie Mike. Oh, it's typing what I'm saying. Doggone it. My microphone was open. Hold on a second. Oh, the microphone's off. So Movie Mike said, no rush. No rush. Okay. Let's get back to the SLANTAMATIC finally. Stitch number 5. And then we'll move over. I'm hoping we can do this other machine as well. I had planned to do this other machine that belongs to Princess Diana. All right, finally, stitch number 5. After I digressed and went over to Movie Mike's machine real quick. Get that take-up arm all the way up. I've got my stitch length set correctly. Got the cam in there. Got my needle position in center. All right, let's give this stitch number 5 a try that Teresa picked out probably almost an hour ago. Oh, it's good to be with the family. It's good to be with the family. All right. Now I will focus solely on the things I'm presenting instead of all this other deviation. All right, let's give this a go. That there, take-up arm is up, and we should be good. I'll turn the light on. How does that work? Let's see how that works as far as visibility. Yeah, we'll leave it off. We'll leave it off. It's easier to see the stitching without it being on. All right, here we go. Finally. Here we go. Slow down. So if you don't know it yet, these Slantamatics are oftentimes underestimated as far as their power and their speed. They're an incredibly fast machine, over 1,500 per minute if they're running at peak output. They're very, very fast. They're very, very strong. And unlike Movie Mike's machine, the 150, excuse me, the 130-6 that we just looked at briefly, unlike Movie Mike's machine, these Plantomatics never need a belt. They are a direct gear to gear, positive traction machine. They've got basically a tower style. That's a local call. I'm going to go and decline it and let it go into voicemail. Unlike Movie Mike's machine that needs that V-style belt so that that high output FOF motor that races up to 7,000 RPMs can have proper traction and give us nice even feed and deliver at a high level. These are gear to gear. So there's a tower style motor that's in the pillar right here. It's got a worm gear output on the top that interlaces with a balance wheel, and you've got direct drive. There's never a belt that has to be replaced on these Slantamatic machines. And you get that immediate burst of energy from the motor having drive interlaced like that, pushing it down to the needle. And that's what I had to literally hold this machine back because it's got so much drive, it's got so much power. There's no delay, there's no hesitation, there's no slippage. They're incredible machines. And again, oftentimes underestimated as far as their heavy duty capabilities because of their hidden strength. But they also stitch a beautiful stitch as well. Let's look at this finally. After you waited so patiently, let's look at this finally and look at this stitch that Teresa picked out. And again, depending on your settings on the stitch length, I could tighten this up even more, but I think it gives a good representation of what that cam output is. What a beautiful stitch that is. Don't you agree? What a beautiful stitch. And imagine if we were using an embroidery needle. We're using a size 90-14 universal needle. If we went to a Microtex or we went to a smaller needle, size 70 or 80, even more stitch definition then. But this is a solid page 34. Solid page 34. Look at it like this as well. What a beautiful stitch. Turn it over, look at that lock stitch. Here's our lock stitch. Turn it like this so we can see it more easily. This is our lock stitch. Waiting for the camera to focus a little bit here. Beautiful lock stitching as well. So that's our lock stitching right there with this gorgeous stitch that Teresa, brand new moderator, just added to the leadership team, picked out. She's not only smart and a great fellow teacher and a student, but she's also got great taste as well, doesn't she? Great taste and a beautiful starting stitch for this model 403A. This model 403A, beautiful stitching. Very, very nice. Okay, let me see if I can get this orientated correctly. I think it was like that. Pretty sure it was like that. See, when you get great stitch output like this, it's hard to tell the top stitch from the lock stitch. They're almost indistinguishable. So I'm going to get this lined up for the next stitch. I think we're looking at stitch number 7 next, but I'm going to first of all check that message from Susie. Susie has her own notification sound, so I recognize it just like Emma's straight away. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that. And I failed. I told Claudia that Charlotte would be coming up on the queue pretty quick for a live stream, but I didn't specifically remind her, say yesterday. I didn't remind Claudia, the owner of Charlotte, that that I would be presenting Charlotte today at this live stream. But because I had planned to do it the other week, and I had to get another machine slid in front of Charlotte, Claudia was probably watching and saying, I think Scott's going to pull a quick one here. And sure enough, here's Charlotte side by side with Princess Diana, two of the greatest SLANTAMATIC machines ever sewing together. So I'm going to be presenting, once we get done with Charlotte and letting Charlotte do her dance, then I'm going to go ahead and move to this other one and show Princess Diana after that. So welcome to the owner, welcome to Claudia, who has been patiently waiting for this day to come. But there were so many things going on with Charlotte, as Claudia knows. I wanted to get Charlotte just right before she went underneath the bright lights. And based on the first stitch line, she's ready to do her dance. Don't you agree? Beautiful stitching by Charlotte with this first stitch number 5 that was picked out by my brand new leader, Teresa. So, all right. All that blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. All right, so now I'm going to change out to disc number 7. Disc number 7. And again, when you do that, make sure you take your stitch down to 0. And then I'll have to take my thread. That's the only disadvantage about the 403s, right? The 403s, unless you elect to put the spool pin over here, and then you can leave this lid open, which I could do. You've got to take the spool pin kind of off, set it down here temporarily, not a big deal, and then get this opened up. That stays really tight, which is good, then it doesn't vibrate. Now that I've got it down to 0, now I can just grab this and pull it up. So we've done stitch number 5. I'm going to set it over here. And now we're going to go for stitch number 7. That should be 6, 7, this one right here. Set that back in, get this snapped into place. So we got that snap back in place. Now we can take our stitch width and move it back over to 5. See how this moves right here, this little reader? That's why we're doing what we're doing, so that we don't damage that reader. We'll close our lid again, get our thread back up there. Just tighten that thread back up again. And now we're going to do stitch number 7. Stitch number 7 on Charlotte. I'm going to move this even a little bit tighter. Just a little bit tighter. So you're going to be right on the edge of the fine range. You're going to be right on the edge of the fine range when you're sewing these fashion disc outputs. We've already done 5. Now we're doing 7. And then lastly, we'll do disc number 9. And of course, I'm going to ask the owner if there's a specific disc that they would like to see Charlotte sew before we wrap up our time with Charlotte and move over to Princess Diana after that. Oh, I never explained this mirror. Shame on me. I never explained this mirror. With most sewing machines, when you insert a needle into the needle socket, there's going to be a limited space where that needle shank can slide in. It's not going to have a lot of floating mobility left and right. With these SLANTAMATICs, the needle socket has a floating area, so that if you were to put in, originally back in the day when these came out in the 50s and 60s, some people didn't have access to twin needles with a single shank. And they would sometimes put in 2 separate needles into the needle socket, one side by side, and then they would thread those 2 needles like we thread twin needles, or we thread the double eye needle now that has just come out by Schmetz. So when you slide a needle into the needle socket on these Slantamatics, you need to be aware that there's a channel where that needle can slide in all the way to the right, and then you need to center it. You need to center that needle by moving it all the way as far as it'll go to the left, and then lock it down. If you don't do that and you go to sew a wide zigzag, you're going to hit the throat plate because that needle will not be centered in the socket. And that again was because they were offering that channel as an option to have multiple needles go in there back in the day. So just be aware, and I probably won't be able to show it to you on the camera very well, but if you look on your own machine underneath, I'll try to show it to you. You're going to see where the needle is mounted, and then there's an open channel to the right of it. I'll see if I can show that to you. I hope I can show that to you. This is my mirror right there. You may not be able to see it real well, but on the bottom of that needle, I'll try to get real close. You're going to see the needle inserted in, and then there's an open channel to the right of it. So it's easy if you're not paying attention to put that needle in. It's going to slide into that channel on the right side. If you tighten it down there and you do general straight stitching, you'll probably be okay. But if you all of a sudden change to a zigzag, a wide zigzag, you're very likely to hit the throat plate. There, I got it better there, I think now. Hopefully you can see that. Otherwise, you can look at it on your own machine and you'll see right away what I'm saying. There's a channel that's probably 2.5 millimeters long, where if you slide that needle all the way into the right, you're going to have issues. You slide it into the right and then just move it across and then tighten it down. Okay? I'm glad I remembered to mention that. That's why I took out my mirror. So amid jumping workbenches and everything else that I do in a live stream, I hopefully wouldn't forget to tell you about that, because it's very easy to make that mistake, and then you can damage your throat plate, cause scarring, you can break needles. It's just not a good situation, right? Not a good situation. All right. Put my mirror back. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to answer Movie Mike's message, so he doesn't think I'm just ignoring him. I don't want to ignore my customers. Well, hopefully that tip about the needle is helpful, along with this final threading point just above the needle, that little slat. Don't forget to bring the thread through that slat either. It's really critical. Really, really critical. All right, a quick answer, and then we'll be back to Charlotte, Claudia's machine out of the great state of California. Sounds good, Mike. I should be done in about 30 minutes or less if everything goes smoothly. That's probably not realistic. I'd like to be done in 30 minutes, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, if you've never done a live stream before, public speaking, there's a lot to keep in balance, isn't there? There's a lot to keep in balance. But I love doing it. I love doing it, and hopefully the feedback I get is that I do a good job of presenting it and keeping all those balls in the air and balanced. And the result is everyone comes back because they have fun and they learn something new. So, okay, send. And then I haven't ignored my customer. I don't want to ignore my customer right now in the audience either. So it's a balancing act, isn't it? A little bit of a balancing act. Okay, done. Done. Double done. So now we're going to go to sewing stitch number 7, I believe it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stitch number 7 that was picked out by Kathy King about 3.5 hours ago. I'm only kidding. We haven't been running that long. Now we're going to do Kathy King's stitch finally. And I wouldn't be surprised if other folks kind of stepped away saying, oh, this is going to be a long one. Scott's got 2 machines on the workbench. This is going to be a long one. I'm going to go get lunch, maybe get a haircut, maybe wash the car, and then I'll circle back and Scott will still be doing the live stream and I'll be able to check out that Rocketeer. Not that the 403A isn't so awesome and cool, but I want to catch that Rocketeer too. We'll probably see our audience circle back again, some of those folks that stepped away. So hang in there. Hang in there. All right. Finally, Kathy King stitch number 7. Excuse me. Number 7 as we see Charlotte doing her special dance. All right, here we go. Take up arm is up. Clutch is locked. All right, here we go. And listen to this machine run. Listen to Charlotte sing her song during this live stream. She's got such a beautiful voice now. Listen to her sing. All right, here we go. I've got to rev her just a little bit. I hope you don't mind, Claudia. I've got to give Charlotte a chance to do a little sprinting too, you know? All right. Well, that's stitch number 7. Stitch number 7 that Kathy King had requested. Let's check this one out. And because you thread from front to back on this, it's a little bit awkward. The ideal thing would be to pull the material this way to the rear of the machine, but I tend to pull things from the front. So just be aware that you don't want to pull in a way that you're going to flex that needle too much and potentially bend the needle. Because then when you go to resume sewing, you're going to have all kinds of bad stuff happen. All kinds of bad stuff. All right, so this is stitch number 7 again, picked out by Kathy King. We're going to go ahead and take a look at that, and then we've got one more stitch that that the audience had picked before. So I believe this is our top stitch. Let me double check. Yeah, that should be our top stitch. We'll check this out now. Stitch number 7 again, as far as fashion disc number 7. See if I can get that lined up correctly. There we go. And again, I could even make this tighter. I'm in the fine range on stitch length, but I could even go a little bit higher to make this pattern even tighter. Not to mention if we change needles to a Microtech or a size 70 or 80, this stitch pattern is going to have even greater clarity and even more definition. Right now, we're using a size 90-14 universal. All right, so let's go across and look at this stitching. Absolutely gorgeous stitching that Charlotte is doing with this pattern number 7 that Kathy King picked out. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. And Susie, I know that that's you. I know that's you. Just give me just a moment. I'll show the stitching and then I'll take a look at your text message, dear. Look at it like this as well. This is going to be our top stitching. Beautiful stitching, lock stitching. Just kind of turn it around like this. We'll look at that lock stitching next. And I'll flip it around so we can look at it like this. This again is our lock stitch on the back of 100% cotton with a stiffener is what we're using. 100% cotton with a stiffener. And again, we could tighten up that stitch length even a little bit more to make that pattern even more defined. And then we would also reduce our needle size, wouldn't we? We would reduce our needle size to probably a size 7511 would be real nice. And then we could get even more clarity of stitch. Beautiful, beautiful stitching that that Charlotte is doing. So I'm going to take a look at Susie's messages, and then we'll resume sewing on this incredible 403A out of the great state of California. So let me get this presser foot back in place. There we go. Take up arm all the way up, and then we'll have to switch out fashion discs to number 9. But let me take a look at take a look at Susie's message or messages. Holy cow, really? Did I call it or what? I've got to hit my easy button.
That was easy.
I called it. They saw the 2 machines on the workbench and they said, Scott's going to go long today. It's going to be a long, even a longer than a long live stream. So we're going to step away, going to buy lunch, get a haircut, get the car washed, get the dog or the cat groomed. And when we come back, he'll still be working probably on finishing up the 403, and he'll be moving over to the Rocketeer, and then we'll be able to rewind and watch the whole live stream. Yeah, maybe even a doctor's visit in there. Who knows? So yeah, we got it. Our audience has returned to check things out. 496 folks checking out Charlotte and checking out Princess Diana that will be moving over to just very shortly. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Susie, for letting me know that. See, I don't look at the numbers. My leaders monitor what's happening in the live stream. I'm over here by the machines. And thank God for my leadership team. Now we have Teresa as a resource as well to help us out whenever she's available. So we kind of know what's going on, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have a clue. I don't know whether there's 2 people in the audience or 1,000 people in the audience. So thank you for letting me know, Susie. Awesome. All right. Very cool. And welcome to all of you that joined us for whatever amount of time you can. I know it's a busy work week. I know it's a Tuesday, but very, very grateful to have you here. And if you feel comfortable, step out into the live chat and introduce yourself. We would love to meet you. But until then, we're just glad that you're here. We're glad that you're here. Amazing. Amazing. Very, very cool. Very cool. Looks like we just popped over 500 now. We just popped over 500 people watching this live stream right now. What a blessing. What a neat opportunity to have that big of an audience, right? All right, so let's get ready for the next one. It's going to be the last disc in the lineup right here, down on the very end, disc number 9. So I'm going to get ready to take the other disc out. To do that, I've got to take us back to 0. Take our little spool down real quick. This lid is a little bit hard for me to get my fingers on sometimes. I'm just going to pull you just pull it straight up. Going to take out the disc that we just did, set it over by the other one we just finished. Go with our number 9 right here, this pattern. Number 9 was picked out by Kathy King and also by Emma. Kathy King and Emma. I'll change my hands now. Go to my left hand, line this up, and just push straight down. Snaps in place. Close your lid. Grab the thread. And I'll set the camera down so I can take the extra kink out of the thread to get it ready. And I've had people ask me, when you're sewing with a machine like this, is it better to have the thread coming over the front or over the behind? I would say try both and see what your machine likes better. See what your machine likes better, and then go with that. Go with that. It's really going to depend. It's the type of thread you're working with, and all kinds of things come into play, right? All kinds of things come into play. Okay, I've got everything lined up pretty well, I think. This again is going to be stitch pattern number 9. Let me angle the camera down. Okay, so let's do pattern number 9 now. And I'll kind of fluctuate on the speed. I'll try to get a regular speed, but I do like the speed of, I like the speed of the Slantamatics. If you missed me saying it before, Slantamatics can peak in their stitch output of almost 1,500 stitches per minute. 1,500 stitches per minute. That's like light industrial speed. Very, very fast. And that's the thing you need to understand is these Slantamatics, they've got a lot of get up and go. A lot of get up and go. All right, so let's do this stitch number 9. And then I'll see if the owner, I'll show the remaining discs to the owner. If there's anything that the owner wants to for me to do, I'll go ahead and do those patterns. And then we'll pivot from over here by Claudia's machine. From Charlotte, we'll pivot over to Princess Diana, and we'll check out this Rocketeer, because we've already been running about 3 hours, and I want to give fair exposure to Charlotte, but I also don't want to neglect Princess Diana either. You know, a princess is very demanding, and I don't want to offend our princess either. So, all right, here we go. Let's do this final stitch that the audience picked, stitch number 9, and then we'll see if the owner has a particular stitch that she wants to see. All right, here we go. Oh, you know what I did? Ha ha! Great lesson. This is a great lesson. This is a great lesson. I knew right away what I did when I did it. And I did it for a reason. I forgot, after I reinserted the new fashion disc number 9, I forgot to move my stitch width back over to 2, 3, 4, or 5. You see right now, it looks like it's on the fashion setting with the S, which stands for special. But you got to move it over to somewhere between 2 and 5. I usually go to 5. That's my thing. So now, at the beginning of this stitch line, we're going to have a very small straight stitch. And then it'll start doing the pattern that Kathy King and Emma wanted to see. So a lesson learned, move it to 0 to put your disc in, but remember to move it back, that stitch width, between 2 and 5. Okay? All right. Take 2 with a lesson learned. How exciting is that? All right, here we go. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Speed it up, speed it up. Faster. Stop. So it's kind of fun for me to make a mistake, seemingly make a mistake, and then it becomes a teaching point, doesn't it? It becomes a teaching point because it's so easy when you're getting anxious to see that pattern. You do the proper thing and you take that stitch width down to 0 so that that finger is withdrawn and you don't damage the machine. And then you go, okay, I'm going to sew the pattern. And all of a sudden you get a straight stitch and it's like, oh, shoot. Ha ha. So yeah, it's okay. I don't mind being a student to be a better teacher so you can see what to avoid, right? You have to see what to avoid. All right, let's take a look at this pattern that was picked by Kathy King and also by Emma. All right, let's check this out. And yes, if you notice my shirt, I have my Niagara Falls shirt on today from New York when I visited Niagara Falls a number of years ago. And no, I didn't jump in a barrel and go over the falls. I was not that silly. I was not that spontaneous. But it's a beautiful place. And the most fascinating thing about Niagara Falls is the sound, not just the visual of seeing the spectacular water cascading over and falling that great depth, height, etc. It's hearing the sound, the power of the water. And I visited both the U.S. side, which is Buffalo, New York, and then also crossed over the Rainbow Bridge and went into Canada as well. I didn't know Christine then. Otherwise, if I had known Christine, I could have said, "Hey, Christine, I'm going to cross the bridge. Can you drive over if you're not too far away and meet me there so we can meet each other?" But I didn't know Christine then. But it's kind of a cool shirt. This kind of buffalo, and any rate, it's a beautiful place to visit. Okay, I totally lost what I was going to do now. Wait a second. Okay, this is the top stitch. This is the top stitch. I'm finally there. This is the top stitch. And again, we can increase the clarity and definition of stitch by needle size and also by making our stitch even shorter. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Look at it vertical too. I think it's kind of fun to see the stitching that way. Charlotte is a very happy girl. Beautiful stitching. Definitely page 34 plus. Now I'm going to turn it over. We'll look at the lock stitching. This is our lock stitching. Rotate it a little bit more. We'll look at it like this first, and then we'll flip it the other way. This is our lock stitching. See, that's my mistake right there, which became a lesson for all of you. After you get that new fashion disc inserted and you've got it on 0, make sure you move it from 0 back to an appropriate stitch width. And on most patterns, 5 is going to be your best setting. 5 is going to be your best setting. Look at it like this as well. Absolutely spectacular. Absolutely amazing. So lock stitch, top stitch, basically indistinguishable. Indistinguishable because Claudia's Charlotte is showing to, I'm never going to say perfection. I'm not going to say perfection on this channel. I might say my leaders are perfect. My leaders are perfect because they do things so well. But I'm never going to say the stitching is perfect because it can always be better. It can always be better. So I'm going to get this lined up. I'm going to look at the live chat after I show Claudia. This is going to be centered now on the owner. That's one of the big benefits of being the owner is, let me move that out of the way because you won't be able to see the discs. Being the owner, your machine and you are the center of attention. You're the stars. So I want the owner to have a voice. I'm going to line these fashion discs back up. I'm going to have a new rank order with the remaining ones that I've got. I've got 6 over here. We've got the one in the machine that we'll have to take out because we just used it. I'm going to show you the stitches, Claudia, and then you can type in the live chat which stitches you want to see. I probably won't do all 5, but if you want to pick your top 3, we could do probably 3 of them, and then I'm going to move over to Princess Diana after that, if that's okay. So let me show you the stitches we've got left, and then I'll let you pick the top 3. So this will be, I'll come out a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 through 6, and I'll show you the stitches now. Let me grab my little light. I think my little light will help. So this is stitch number 1. Stitch number 2. Stitch number 3. Stitch number 4. Stitch number 5. And finally, stitch number 6. Okay, so those are your options. These are the fashion discs that Claudia sent with Charlotte. So I'll let the owner gets the pick now. Your choice numbers 1 through 6. I showed you the stitch options we have left from these fashion discs, and then we'll lay them down next to this beautiful cluster of stitches that we just did that were picked by the audience. I'll actually get this back into position here. Okay, let me see what Claudia is saying. Hopefully Claudia is still with us. Otherwise, I'll let if Claudia had to step away, I'll let the audience pick between the 6 stitches I just showed. Okay, I'm not seeing any response from the owner. She may have had to step away. California time is different than Midwest time, obviously, so something may have come up that pulled her away. So I'm going to turn it over to the audience now. You had a chance to see those 6 stitches that we have left. If someone wants to jump in on behalf of the owner and type in 3 of the 6 stitches that you would like to see, then go ahead and do that now. Go ahead and do that now, please. So I'm seeing a vote for disc number 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to pull disc number 5 out. 2 other stitches. And if you need to see them again, if you want to see them again, I can show them to you again. Otherwise, if you just remember, then that's fine too. Any other picks? This number 5. Okay, I will pick a couple then. I will pick a couple since oh wait, Emma jumped in. Oh, nice. Okay. So we got also disc number 4 and 3, it looks like. So disc number 4 and disc number 3. So 3, 4, 5 is what basically we have. So these, I was surprised. I'll be honest with you. I was surprised this pattern. I don't know if you can see that or not. I may not be able to see that. I was surprised no one picked this pattern. And also no one picked this pattern either, which is really a popular pattern. I don't know if you can see those or not. Let me grab my light again. This little area of the workbench is just a little shadowed. It's kind of weird. So this is one I thought everyone would gravitate to right away. See if I can show it. It's actually better without the light. It's better without the, at any rate, I thought somebody would pick these 2 and no one picked them. So that's okay. Maybe if I have enough room, I'll sew those as well. But I'll move this one out of the way because that one was not picked by anyone. So I'm going to go with, I don't remember what order they were in now, but I'll change it out and I'll do the 3 that were selected, and then I'll I might sneak these two in as well if I have room on material. I'll see, okay? I'll see if I have room. All right, hold on. Okay, so the first thing we'll do, I'll take the thread down, open our little door, move our stitch width to 0, remove this cam, fashion disc, put it over here by the ones that we've already used. Now I'm going to grab one of the ones that our friends picked out. This is the first one I'll do right here. Get this lined up. Close the door. Now this time I don't need to teach a lesson, so this time I'll move this back over to 5. Bring our thread up. Take that extra slack out. And now we're going to sew this pattern. And I don't remember, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I don't remember which of you picked this pattern, but if you want to type, when you see it sewn, if you want to type in the live chat, hey, that's mine, or something like that, that would be cool. That would be totally cool. So these are the two that were picked by the audience. These are the 2 extra ones that I might slip in. I'll leave those off to the side. Okay. Take up arms all the way up. So we're going to do this pattern first, and then we'll do the other 2 that were picked by the audience on behalf of the owner. Okay, here we go. And I did not change the stitch length. I did not change the stitch length. On some of these patterns, as you develop an intimacy, I talk about this all the time, as you develop an intimacy with your machine, and you know that machine, and that machine knows you better than anyone, you're going to be able to potentially make an adjustment to that stitch length to get the presentation of that stitch that you're looking for. This one, the way I've sewn it with a very tight pattern, it almost has a combing stitch look to it. I think that's the term, a combing stitch. But if you made it a little bit longer, it would change the look of that stitch considerably. Now, what I'm going to do, if it's okay with all of you, is I'm going to do the 2 remaining ones, and then we'll look at all 3 of them together. We're going to look at all 3 of them together. So I'm going to get the material back in place right away. Press your foot down. Take our stitch length. Once I remove the thread, take our stitch length all the way down to 0 so I can safely remove the cam, fashion disc, move it over to here, grab our next one. Snap it into place. Close the lid, put our thread back up again. Remember to move our stitch width back to 5. Take the extra slack out of the thread. Okay. Get our camera angle back down so we can watch that stitching laid down. Okay, now we're going to do our next stitch pattern that was selected by one of our audience members. All right, make sure that, see my take-up arm right now is not all the way up. Bring that all the way to the highest position so we have a nice clean launch. There we go. Angle that camera back down. Okay, here goes our next stitch pattern selected by the audience on behalf of the owner. All right, here we go. Double checking. Everything looks like it's set appropriately. And here we go. All right, and stop right there. Draw this around. All right, now we're going to do our final stitch pattern that was selected by the audience. Get that back into position. Press your foot down. And again, when you look at these patterns, you may do it differently than me. You may do it totally differently. You may end up going with a much longer stitch length. You might decide that you don't want to put the stitch width on 5 like I've been doing. You might want to go with a more narrow, not as wide of a stitch pattern output. That's going to change the appearance of the stitches quite a bit. So there really are unlimited options depending on your personal preference. And again, the way I'm doing it may not be the way that Claudia does it. She may do it differently. And neither way is right. It's just your personal preference when you're stitching. Certain machines will give you parameters, other machines will not. So it really comes down to your personal preference. Okay. So now we're going to change out our next fashion disc. Wait a second. I already did it. Didn't I? 1, 2. I'm just totally blanking. Been one of those weeks. Yeah, we just did that. We just did that pattern. All right, I'm on Minute Maid. Now we're going to move our stitch width back to 0. Going to move that fashion disc, set it over with our pile of ones we've already done. Grab our final one, get it lined up, and we'll get that inserted. Snap that into place. Close the hood. Get our thread back up there. Remember to move our stitch width. I've been going to 5. You might decide to go 4, 3, or 2. It's going to change the appearance and the presentation of that stitch. On a lot of these patterns, the higher the stitch width, the better definition, the better appearance you're going to get from the stitch. But that'll be up to you to choose that, right? You might get something very different than what I've gotten here. But I think these look really good, don't you? So you may end up doing the same thing. It's hard to say. All right, let me take the slack onto that thread. All right, now we're going to do our final stitch pattern. Selected by the audience. Final stitch pattern selected by the audience. All right, take up arm all the way up. There we go. All right, here we go. And this one I'll sew just a little bit. I might sew it just a little bit faster. I'm not going to go to max speed, but I'm going to step it up just a little bit to get down to stitch line, just to show you, give you a little taste of the speed and output of this machine. It's really quite impressive. All right, here we go. Final stitch selected by the audience. Here we go. I love it. And that's a 3-point zigzag. I'm doing probably 600 to 800 stitches per minute, the speed, and it's doing a 3-point zigzag. Charlotte is a happy girl, needless to say. She's a very happy girl. Oh my goodness, that's fun. And that's not even close to top speed. That's not even close to top speed. Not even close. Not even close to top speed. Well, I've made a command decision. I'm not gonna ask my leaders. Not gonna ask my leaders for input on this. I'm just gonna make a command. We used to say in the military, I'm gonna make a command decision. Um, I'm gonna hold off in presenting Princess Diana. Today is Tuesday. I might try to sneak in. It's not gonna happen tomorrow, but possibly on Thursday. Possibly on Thursday, I'm gonna leave Princess Diana set up right here. And on Thursday, what I might do is I might present both of Princess Diana's machines. One would be the Rocketeer. The other one will be a Viking 21E. That way I'll be presenting both of that customer's machines in one fell swoop. So watch for that possibly on Thursday. Otherwise, if things get real busy, I'll push it off, and this will be a Saturday morning live stream with both of Princess Diana's machines, because she doesn't come until, let me double check. She doesn't come until next week. I believe it's the 7th. Let me just double check. So I'm not talking on a turn. Oh, how interesting. How interesting. I've got to, this is, wow, this is unexpected. This is unexpected. I just got a text. Can I cover up the number? How can I cover up the number? I can't. Hold on a second. Hold on one second, please. Everybody hold on just a second. Hold on just a moment. Hold on just a moment. I know how I'm going to do this. I want to protect privacy. I believe in protecting privacy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my painter's tape. I'm going to cover up this person's number. For fun, would one of the leaders do me a favor real quick? Look up the area code 434. 434. 434. Tell me where it's at. And then I'll show you the message that this person just sent. I'm not going to show their number. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to show their message. I'm going to show their message. Okay, I was successful, I think. Three, four. Okay, this is the message. See my painter's tape? This is their number up here. That's their number. I don't want to show their number. I want to protect their privacy. I want to protect their privacy. So whoever my friend is in 434 area code, unfortunately, Charlotte is not for sale. Princess Diana is not for sale. These are customer machines that I'm presenting. Just as if you purchased a machine from me or sent a machine to the workshop, I would eventually get it on the workbench during a live stream and I would present it to the audience. And what I plan on doing is wrapping up with Charlotte from California that belongs to Claudia. And then on either Thursday or on Saturday, I'll be presenting two machines, and I'm going to have to be really efficient with my time so that we don't go a crazy long time. But either on Thursday or Saturday, I'm going to present Diana's Rocketeer that you see right here, and then also her Viking 21E. Her Viking 21E. Those machines I'm presenting the next time on Thursday or Saturday, they will not be for sale either. However, I do have machines like this in my personal collection. So if you look at this 403 and you go, I really like that 403, or on Thursday or Saturday, you look at this Rocketeer and you look at that 21E that was made in Sweden, and you go, oh my gosh, I love the 21E, or oh my gosh, I love the Rocketeer, then we can discuss whether or not I can source a machine like that for you from my personal collection, and then kind of go from there. But this is the culmination. When a customer machine is finished, when it's all done, this is the final proof in the pudding that the machine is ready to go home. So this machine will be going home to California. This machine will be picked up next week by it'll be picked up next week by Diana. I'm referring to it as Princess Diana. I think it's kind of catchy, and I bet you Diana will get a kick out of it that I'm referring to her machines as Princess Diana. When I present the next time I present will be the Viking 21E, and then this same machine right here. Then I'll have to go Princess Diana 1, Princess Diana 2. And let me just double check. So next week Thursday, Diana will be driving 3.5, 4 hours to pick up this Rocketeer and then also pick up the 21E. So, at any rate, I apologize if I misled you. The only machine that I presented during this live stream that's for sale is the FOF 130-6 that I showed you on the other workbench just briefly. And that's the one that if someone doesn't express an interest in buying it, tomorrow Movie Mike that cleans movie screens is going to be driving to the workshop tomorrow and picking up both of the 130-6 models. So I apologize. I don't think I said these were for sale, but if I misled you in some way or confused you, I apologize to our friend that is in the area code that I said, whatever that is. Four three four. Let's see. Susie sent me a picture. Susie, this doesn't help me, dear. I don't know what that is. Charlottesville. Is that Carolinas? Is Charlottesville? Is that North Carolina? I think maybe. Susie, what state is that, dear? What state is 434? You sent me the map, which is really cool, but I'm not a master at geography. Lynchburg, Danville. I know it's East Coast. I think it's East Coast. But what state is that, Susie? What state is 434 that our friend got the message from? What state is that? Virginia. Okay. I'm looking at my phone for I'm looking at my phone for an answer. They're typing it in the live chat, and I'm okay. I'm a dummy today. I need to drink more Diet Coke or less Diet Coke. So our friend inquiring about these two machines, are they for sale? They're not. They're customer machines. But I know I have a 403A available in my personal collection. I don't believe I have a Rocketeer. Your primary interest is in the Rocketeer. I can source one and then fully restore it, making sure it's running to perfection. This one I have. This one I believe I do not have. But the two you're looking at right now on camera are customer machines. So they're not for sale. Virginia, what a beautiful state. And that is East Coast. So hopefully Virginia isn't affected by the hurricane. But yeah, to my friend that sent the note, unfortunately, these machines are not available. They're not available for sale. They belong to customers. California, near Lake Superior. I don't know if it's Michigan or Wisconsin, but this is going all the way back to California. Charlotte, Princess Diana will be picked up by the customer a week from this Thursday. Yep. That's what I have on my calendar anyway. Hope I'm right. I think I'm right. Yep. The 7th. We're almost into September. The 7th of September, Princess Diana's machines will be picked up. This, as soon as I get done live streaming it today, will be carefully packed. If there's any final balance due, I'll let the customer know. And then this will be shipped later this week or first thing next week. Charlotte will head home finally to California. About probably almost a 3,000-mile journey. Charlotte will be traveling back home finally. So, yeah. All right. Lots of blah, blah, blah for me today, huh? Lots of blah, blah, blah. All right. Oh, that was an Emma. As soon as I closed my phone, Emma sent a text. She's like, I know he just shut off his phone, so I'm going to send a text now. Funny, the timing of things, right? The timing of things is funny. Oh, I had no idea. See, that's why I would be lost. I literally would be lost. I would be lost without my leaders. DB, what a cute name that is. DB is our friend from Virginia in the live chat right now. So DB in the live chat, I can tell you, yeah, DB can reach out afterwards. And if she wants to talk more, which I think she will, I assume DB sounds like a girl's name, but you guys know, who knows? I have no idea. So I'm at any rate, DB will reach out after the live stream, talk about Slantamatics. And then I'll let her know what I have. I know I have a 404 in my personal collection. I know I have a 403. I know I have a 401. What else? Anyway, we can talk after. Let me do some more stitching on Charlotte so you can gain even a deeper appreciation of what a beautiful girl she is and how beautiful she's sewing. And then we will wrap up this live stream. I'll show you some of the other sew-up materials I had ready. We may not use them today because we've been running so long already on this live stream. We've been running so long already. I might not use them in this live stream. But let me say this with absolute confidence. This 403 Charlotte, 403A Charlotte from Anderson, South Carolina, made in Anderson, South Carolina from California. This beautiful girl can not only sew cotton, she can sew leather, she can sew denim, she can sew velvet, she can sew anything she wants to sew. And that's why I prepared all of this. Let me just show you real quick. I prepared all of this to potentially do during this live stream today. Bubblegum material, which is high-end vinyl. I'll see if I can show it to you. I have bubblegum material, 2 layers of that. I've got genuine elk hide. This is elk hide, very thick leather. Charlotte can sew this easily, no problem. I've got fake leather, naga hide. This fake leather that Emma is very, very well versed in and can give more details on this naga hide if she wants to. I've got this protected full grain leather, which is a coated leather. It's used a lot in applications where a lot of traffic, people might spill stuff on it. Like on this stuff is used a lot around here in the private jets where rich people put their butts on it. And if they spill their wine or something like that, the flight attendants, the crew can wipe off this protected full grain leather and it doesn't stain because it's got that coating on it. I've got this saddle grade leather where I could sew in a circle. That would be a fun one to do. I think I might do that one. I've got this velvet, which has leather droppings on it. I've got this velvet as well to show you that she can sew the very lighter side as well. I've got this denim that I had prepared where Charlotte could sew denim very easily. 6 layers, no problem. Probably even lay down a decorative stitch on 6 layers of denim, if you can imagine that. So this is what I was prepared to show, but we've already been running 3 hours and 47 minutes. 3 hours and 47 minutes. And I really need to wrap this up out of consideration to all of you and out of consideration for all the work that's waiting for me to jump into as soon as I get done with this live stream. The live stream is something I always set I set it around 3 to 4 hours aside just for that. And then it takes me about an hour to 2 hours to prepare for the live stream. So between doing the live stream, preparing for the live stream, wrap up after the live stream is ended, you're looking at about 7 or 8 hours of time. So I've got to be reasonably efficient. But if anyone is really, especially our friend from Virginia, looking at all that I had prepared, if our friend from Virginia that's looking at the possibility of a Slantamatic from the workshop, because other Slantamatics will not sew like this. I want to let you know that other Slantamatics will not sew silky smooth like this, they're not going to have the strength that Charlotte is showing in this live stream, or that Princess Diana's machine will show on Thursday or Saturday, depending on what I end up doing the live stream on. So if our friend from Virginia wants to see one of these materials shown, along with the last two fashion discs that I'd like to lay down stitches with, then let me know that. You can either text me or you can type it in the live chat. And if I miss it, one of the leaders will say, hey, our friend from Virginia wants to see this. And then I'll see if I can demonstrate that. So, yeah, okay. All right, let me orientate this correctly. Yeah, that was fun. That last, that was fun. The last 3-point zigzag, I was flying. I mean, I had that foot controller down a good distance, and I was just, that was a blast. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Okay, so 2 more fashion discs that was sent with Charlotte, so that I can demonstrate all of the fashion discs. I got to take first of all, take my stitch width down to 0, remove that disc, put it with the other ones that we've already, that's our pile of ones we've already done. We've already done all those. Now I'm going to go to one of these other ones that I thought someone would pick out. These are fun ones too. Snap that into place, close our lid, put our thread back down, move our stitch width back to 5. That's my choice. Take the extra little slack out of here. Move my painter's tape from protecting our friend from Virginia. I didn't know it was her then. It was somebody. Now it's our friend from Virginia. DB, I think her name was, which is really cute. All right, let me move these to the side. Set that over there. Stitch length is set, stitch width. There's good, 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 good. Camera close, camera angle down. Okay, now we're going to do the last 2 fashion discs sew-offs on Charlotte. And I do want to check because let's see here. Oh, I never told you guys. I apologize. I never told you the CL8, the Viking that I just presented is going to be going to Pennsylvania. And the person is right on the border of Pennsylvania and New York. So they could be a New Yorker. They could be a Pennsylvanian, if that's a term. I think it is. But there were a number of parties interested in that. Some from Missouri, from Texas, from New York / Pennsylvania. And I finally left it up to the owner, Tom Olson. And at the last live stream, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, at the last live stream, I offered a machine for sale on behalf of Tom Olson, a customer and a friend of mine. Number of parties wanted that machine. Very rare machine. Had a bunch of materials with it that pointed to the provenance of it being bought brand new back in 1963. And finally, we had a number of offers, and Tom picked Virginia Lee is the name that she wants to go by. She wants some privacy. So her name that we're referring to her as is Virginia Lee from Pennsylvania by way of New York. So I needed to tell all of you that because I got a number of emails and text messages. Who got the machine? Finally, I'm telling you now. Finally. Virginia Lee by way of New York and Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's it. Ha ha! All right. Probably utterly confused right now, saying I have no idea what you're talking about. That's okay. The leaders can clarify in the live chat what I'm talking about or trying to talk about. Okay. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost at the finish line. Almost. Okay. Any messages from the owner? I want to make sure I'm not missing any messages before I move forward. Technology is great, but it's also kind of almost a leash, isn't it? kind of holds us back from. I remember as a kid, we didn't have cell phones. We had nothing. And we would be out riding our bikes and playing kick the can and doorbell ditch, hide and seek, all kinds of stuff. We didn't have to worry about checking text messages or anything else. Really kind of nice. Kind of nice having that freedom when I was a kid growing up in the 70s. Now we have to be checking Facebook Messenger, text messages, emails. The list goes on and on and on. Long electronic leashes, I think they call them, don't they? Leashes. Okay. Well, any of our friends that stepped away are probably wondering if I'm going to actually present the Rocketeer, which I've told you I'm not going to do now. But they might circle back. They might circle back anyway. You never know. People come and go during live streams because they have other demands during a work week if you're still working. Even if you're not working, you still have demands, don't you? That's just the way it is in life. We always have demands. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's do the second to the last stitches, and then I'll see. That's another alarm. Good gravy. See what I mean? We ignore our phone for a little bit. It yells out at us and goes, hey, you forgot me. You forgot me. I'll do this next stitch. And then I've got this one other fashion disc we'll do. I think it's kind of a fun stitch to do. And then I'll see if anyone has any other special requests on one of these materials over here. Otherwise, I'll save these for another live stream. All right, here we go. Oh, I got to get my take-up arm all the way up. There we go. All right, now we're ready. Sort of, I think. Here we go. I'm going to slow this one down. I'm going to slow this one down. I got to rev it a little bit. I got to go. Got to go. Oh, yeah, I do. I like speed. Most of you that know me pretty well know that I owned a kind of an exotic sports car at one point, and I liked going fast. I did. Never got any tickets. Really kind of amazing. I never got any tickets. Yeah, never got a single ticket. Not even one. All right. So I'm going to clip these. We'll get the other fashion disc inserted, and then we'll do our final stitch off. Unless somebody wants to see a specialty material. Oh, I should check my bobbin too, shouldn't I? Oh, yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. You can still see we've got quite a bit of thread in there. So we should be in great shape to finish off this live stream. Get that in place. Okay, so let's change fashion discs now. We're going to put our final disc in. I'm going to try to get this gnat real quick. I just don't want to hit Charlotte. I was able to get that gnat without hitting Charlotte. Certain times of the year, bugs just come out, don't they? Now, before I was going to reach for that because I'm getting a little bit anxious. Stop. Take it down to 0. See that? The finger withdrew. Now we can pull it out. Set it over in our pile of all the fashion discs that we sewed on already. Get our last one in. This I always call the arrow stitch, but there's probably a proper name for it. I call this my arrow stitch. Snap that in, down. Get our thread up there. Take this stitch width back over to 5. Take out our little slack. All right, so we're going to do our final fashion disc. We did all 9 of them, which I think is kind of cool that we covered all 9. Okay, so here goes our final stitch off. Take our arms all the way up. And this one I'll sew just kind of a medium pace. I'll kind of slow down, speed up, slow down, speed up. Just have a little bit of fun with the throttle control. I'm also going to take us just a little bit more tight as far as stitch length, just a little bit. All right, here we go. Final stitch off with our fashion discs. This will be number 9, not really number 9, but it'll be the 9th one we've done. And give a listen to Charlotte. She is just singing a song of praise right about now. She's saying, oh yeah, I'm loving life. I'm feeling sexy. I'm feeling strong. I'm feeling capable. I'm feeling empowered. I'm feeling like I want to get back to California because soon it's going to be snowing in Wisconsin and I don't want anything to do with that. All right, we'll get you back to California, okay, honey? Don't worry about it. All right, let's get this done. Here we go. Slow down, slow down, slow down. More, slow down more. That a girl, that a girl. Take your time, take your time, take your time, take your time. All right, let's get this done. Everyone's waiting. Speed it up, crank it up, baby. Crank it up, crank it up. Yeah, yeah. So again, when I'm sewing these decorative ornamental type stitches from these fashion discs, the ideal setup would be to have a much smaller needle than we're using. I'm using size 90-14 universal. You'd want to be using a 75-11 or maybe a size 80. Our quilters type needle, size 80 is real popular among quilters. We're a little bit on the larger scale as far as needles, and it affects the clarity of the stitch. We still get a beautiful stitch, but we can improve on it by adjusting our needle size. And certainly thread as well. There are some nice specialty embroidery threads out there that would give you even a better product than this. But still, we've generated some beautiful stitching on Charlotte using common, and no offense to Joann's, no offense to Joann Fabrics. Coates and Clark makes a fine thread, but it's not a specialty thread. It's not a premium thread. So if we improve the thread, if we reduce the size of the needle, what you're seeing here, if you're amazed by this, when you reduce that needle size and you go to a specialty embroidery thread, you're going to be blown away. You're going to be blown away by what Charlotte could do with that. Okay, this is our, let's see. Yeah, this is our top stitch. Let's look at our top stitch. A lot of stitches to look at because I haven't shown you in a little while. A lot of stitches to look at. The latest is on top. Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that just like, what the heck? And I recognize that notification. That's Susie's notification. Each one of my leadership team members has a different notification sound. So as soon as I hear the sound, I know exactly who it is even before I look. So Susie, let me just show these stitches and then I'll look at and see what you need. Okay? All right, dear. Let's look at these first because these are the last ones we did. I'll turn it like this. I like looking at them like this, don't you? Oh, hello, beautiful. Hello, beautiful. Oh, those are nice. Very, very nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Hello, hello. Gorgeous top stitching. There's our top stitching right there. Turn it over now. Look at that lock stitching. See, when you flip it over and the lock stitching looks identical to the top stitching, that's telling you that you have victory you have victory over that tension battle that so many people fight. The tension battle that I get calls around the world from people that have been sewing for 30 years and are still struggling with tension. And when you see an outcome like this, where you've got beautiful top stitching and lock stitching, you know that Charlotte is a happy girl. She's a very happy girl. This is our lock stitching again. That's our top stitching. Top stitching. Lock stitching. Number 1. Number 2. I feel like I'm an optometrist sometimes when I'm doing these live streams. It's like, is number 1 better or number 2? Number 1, number 2. And you always want to, I don't mean this in the wrong way, but you folks that are from like New York and other places, you know what I'm saying. You sometimes really want to slap the optometrist. You just do, because they'll sometimes do it so fast. Like, how am I supposed to distinguish is 1 better? Is 2 better? 1, 2. Hold it still so I can tell you. Ah! You know what I mean? But on these, it doesn't matter, because Charlotte is delivering what I refer to as a page 34 stitch. If you're brand new, you probably have no idea what that means. But one of the leadership team members can type in the live chat, what does Scott mean when he says page 34 or page 34 plus? What does that mean? It means this right here. It means this, and it means that. And this is all the fashion discs that came with Charlotte to the workshop, and she's sewing near perfection on all of them. Some of you might say that's perfection. I think it can be better. It can be better. Different needle, different thread, maybe a roller foot. Who knows what we would throw into the mix, but you can always make it better. Yeah, but that's beautiful, beautiful stitching. All right, we're done with Charlotte, unless my Virginia friend or someone else. I'm going to look at the live chat right now. Oh, I got to look at Susie's message too. Hold on. If someone types in the live chat, Scott, please, 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 could you do velvet? Or can you do leather to prove that Charlotte can handle leather? Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you stand on your left foot and rub your tummy? Probably. Maybe not. So let me see. Susie sent me a message. No way. What? 512. Oh, you told a lie, Susie. You said 512. We have 513 people that rejoined us right now to see, is Scott finally done with the live stream? Is he done yet? Kind of like a kid in the car. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we? Are we? I doubt it. Haha.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. That was borderline easy. Or, yeah, with medication, it's easy. I don't take any medication. I take vitamins. If anyone else takes vitamins, you can type in the live chat what kind of vitamin you take and why. I take iron because I am anemic and I got to keep my iron levels up. And Emma, being a pharmacist, she tells me, she says, Scott, did you take your iron? I said, I think so. She's like, show me. And I'll show it. She said, yep, that's an iron pill. Take it right now while I'm walking. I'll like, okay, whatever. I'll take it right now. Can I take water with it as I'm gagging at it? Yeah, take water. Do I have to tell you everything? No, not everything, but you're a pharmacist. So tell me something, would you? Keep me alive. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing. 5:15 now. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. Leather. Somebody said leather. So I'm going to grab some leather and let's do a little dancing on leather. You know what? That last stitch, what last stitch did we do? What was the last stitch that we just did? I don't like the arrow one. I'm not a fan of the arrow one as far as going in a circle. Let's see here. I'm going to reinsert where is it? Let's see here. This one. Yeah, I want this one for the circle. I'm going to do this one for the circle. Let's do this one for the circle. Okay, so all right, final stitch off. Final stitch off. And I might even do it to music. You never know. I might do it to music because you've had a chance to listen to Charlotte operating. She's so smooth and so beautiful. All right, 0, remove, set that over there. You're going in there because you're going to be my circle stitch, Lord willing. Snap you in, close you there. You go up here. You go back over here, please. Thank you. Get our little kink out of there. All right, you're good. Thank you. Beautiful. All right. So at Emma's request, I think it was Emma. Yeah, Emma. At Emma's request, we're going to finish up the live stream with saddle grade leather. That's what this is here. Look at it from the side. Where are we? Look at it from the side. It's not thin leather. That's probably almost 5 ounces of leather. You see that? This is not a light sew off. This is a serious heavy duty sew off with saddle grade leather. And not only is Charlotte going to sew through it, but she's going to sew continuously around, 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 around until I get all the way in the center. And we'll see how well I stay on course. No guarantees. Plus, we have a tiring Schmetz 9014 needle. So hopefully we get a great outcome. I think we will. And I'll try to control my speed because Charlotte is a speed demon. She likes speed. She's got the need for speed. And she loves going fast. She loves going fast. What do I do with my scissors? Oh, here they are. I'm going to tidy this up a little bit so we can look at it when we get done with this last sew off. Cut that. That. There we go. See how tidy that is? There's our stitches that we just did. Number 1 better. Number 2. Stop it! Ha-ha! All right, let me move that to the back. Clean this up. Move those back over there. And I think I will end with a little bit of music. I love music. Does anyone else love music? I can actually, Charlotte, come closer, honey. Come closer, honey, because you're like, I left room for both of you girls, and Princess Diana is going to have to wait. We're going to make the princess wait. The princess has to wait. All right, come over here, honey. Come right there. That's good. A little bit closer. That way I can hopefully sew a little bit. I won't sew off course as much. Okay, music, maestro, music. A little bit of music. All right, a little bit of dance music, I think. I'll turn it down. All right, here we go. Final sew off. Very long live stream. Very long live stream. Thank you to all of you that stuck it out. And all of you that were here and had to leave. That's okay. All right, I'm going to go around. I'll cut the thread when it comes around. And we'll finish this off. Here we go. Stop right there. Music over. Well, that's what I call sewing in a circle. And as you get tighter and tighter, it becomes more and more difficult to navigate. But thankfully, Charlotte was very patient, very, very patient with me as we went around in a circle like that. Oh, I just took the little old lady. That was horrible. Sorry about that. She's okay. There's no injury. See, she's okay. All right, you guys go right over there. Took out the whole shebang. All right. All right, let's take a look at this final sew off. This final sew off. If you just joined us, we were just sewing about. First of all, I'll show you Charlotte. 403A. Beautiful girl from California. Belonging to Claudia. So here's our top stitching. I'll just show this to you. We're sewing with a universal needle through about 5 or 6 ounces of saddle gray leather. You can see the side there. It's not a thin leather at all. We went through a universal needle size 90-14 and didn't just sew a straight stitch or a zigzag or something like that. We laid down a very, very complex, I think it's considered a scallop stitch or something of that nature. But beautiful stitch. I'll show you from here. Top stitch. Again, perfect tension balance. And we went through a wide field of, well, not a wide field of materials. We went through cotton and leather without making a single adjustment to the machine. So Charlotte was able to adapt from 100% cotton to saddle grade leather, 5 or 6 ounces of it, no adjustments to the machine whatsoever. Beautiful lock stitching, top stitching. So that really is a machine that she's a very happy girl, and she's ready to get the job done for Claudia out in the great state of California. Look at even the definition of that lock stitch. And we're sewing with a 90-14 needle. Not a harpoon needle, but it's a bigger needle. And yet we're still getting, look at the lock stitch. It's absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. This is what workshop magic looks like, folks. If you go to a sew and back, you're not going to get a machine back sewing like you're seeing Charlotte doing on this live stream. She's sewing with absolute ease and confidence and laying down stitching that's just off the charts. Look again from the side. Saddle grade leather is used for gun holsters and a number of equestrian type applications with horses. Very heavy duty stuff. It's like going through a belt. And Charlotte did it. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? She just does it with absolute grace and beauty. And like I said, the SLANTAMATICs never need a belt. Positive traction when they're optimized like the machines in the workshop. They can sew along with the heaviest, strongest machines and just run circles around them. Literally run circles around them. Yeah. So between this final sew off of saddle gray leather, absolutely off the charts. We also did all of these on the live stream as well. All nine fashion discs that were sent with Charlotte from California. All 9 of them. And just absolutely, are you kidding me? Drop dead gorgeous stitching. Lock stitch. I wish we had been able to do more. I wish we had more time, but we've already run way too long. You've been more than gracious, more than patient, as we've had people come and go, come and go, come and go. And either Thursday or Saturday, finally, Princess Diana, this beautiful Rocketeer over here, will get her chance. Not this one. This is the 403. I'm testing you right now, testing your knowledge. Ha ha! So yeah, the 403 that came on the scene right around 1958 and was produced until around I'm testing myself here, 1960. So 1958 to 1960, they made the model 403A that you're looking at right now that you saw do that incredible sewing during this live stream today. Incredible sewing. Everything from light cotton all the way to saddle grade leather. And on Thursday or Saturday, I don't know which yet, on Thursday or Saturday, you're going to see this amazing Rocketeer, this 500A that belongs to Diana. So I'm calling the machine Princess Diana. And on Thursday or Saturday, there'll be another machine in place of Claudia's right here. It'll be a 21E by Viking, a Swedish beauty next to an illustrious Rocketeer made and inspired by the great space race back in the day. So we always have fun. There's always something new and exciting on this channel. And that's why I'm so grateful to have all of you here checking out what we're doing. And a special thank you to the leadership team for taking care of the family and doing such a great job of it. I'm going to see if I can shoot like this. Let's see here. We'll take Claudia's machine back this way. Let's see here. This machine. Yeah, look at it. I was all set. I was all prepared. And now we have to wait. Ah! All right. That's garbage. All right. You go back a little bit. Charlotte, you go right there, honey. You go right here. Princess Diana. All right. You go here. You go there. Set. We're done. Yes. All right. A little bit more music. And take care, everybody. See you either on Thursday or Saturday, depending on what my schedule is able to make happen. Yeah. All right. See ya. Oh, and thank you to the leaders. Thank you to the leaders, as always. All right. You've been sitting. Get up and dance, for goodness sakes. Get up and dance. Ha ha. No, not an alarm. We're dancing. Stop. All right. Take care, everybody. God bless. See ya.